Good morning, everyone. We're going to start here in just a few minutes. Morning, Karen.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our new Librarianship Symposia series. This one is Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and it is a pleasure and privilege to be with all of you today. I am Dr. Clayton Copeland. I'm on faculty with the School of Information Science at the University of South Carolina, and also director of our Laboratory for Leadership in Equity and Diversity. We are so excited to be with all of you today, and thank you for your time and such significant and important contributions to a topic that is central to today's society. For it is through equity, diversity, and accessibility that we can truly be inclusive and have an inclusive world. I would like to thank all of you and all of our sponsors for being here today, and also special appreciation to Dr. David Lankus, without whom this event, and in fact, this important discussion of topics would not be possible. Anyone who knows Dr. Lankus knows his passion and his commitment to things in which he believes, and want to thank him for that commitment and for bringing all of us together today to share diverse yet inclusive perspectives around such important topics. Dr. Lankus?
Good morning. Thank you, Clayton. And I have to say that once again, having been recently University of South Carolina working with Dr. Copeland is truly a pleasure, an honor, and an educational experience. It's an important conversation. She does important work, and as do the speakers today. We know that as people in the library field, in the knowledge field, that the richest knowledge comes from the most diverse sources, and that includes the most diverse populations, the most inclusive populations where people have a voice. This obviously is not the first or only conversation going around the questions of equity, diversity, and inclusion. Today, Reforma in the United States kicks off its 50th anniversary celebration for the next 3 years. And we know that at the Library of Congress, There are currently a number of diversity initiatives, one of our sponsors, around everything from staffing and personnel to collections to descriptions of collections and services. And so it is important and ongoing work. I'm looking forward to the conversation today. And that's what I would like to emphasize is while we have brilliant panelists and speakers and authors, and I look forward to that conversation, they're really to kick off the larger conversation, which we hope is from the larger audience. So as you're listening, as you're hearing and having comments, discussions, and your own experience to share, I hope you'll take the opportunity to raise a hand, unmute yourself, and join in. Once again, the goal here is to understand at a real basic level, at the in the field level, at the research, how we can push forward the field of librarianship at the same time that we're pushing forward the inclusiveness of our communities across the world. With that, I am going to thank our sponsors and give Dr. Karen Gavigan an opportunity from the University of South Carolina, where she is interim director, to say a few words. Karen, are you available?
Yes, thank you, David. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you. I was having a little tech problems, but I'm in. So greetings, everyone from the School of Information Science. It's so wonderful to see so many of you from near and far, and we are proud to be sponsors, co-sponsors of this event. I want to thank Tammy and David for their hard work in facilitating it, and I'm also particularly proud of two of our finest faculty, and that's Clayton Copeland and Vanessa Kitsey. So I'd like to thank them, and you're in great hands today with Clayton. She's a renowned expert on inclusion and disability issues. So I hope you have a very informative and engaging session today. I know you will. Best wishes to all of the presenters and to all of the attendees. And thank you for letting us be a co-sponsor of this, David and Tammy and Vanessa and Clayton. We're proud to be a part of it. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Karen. I really appreciate it, and all the work that really you've done and all the work that goes in with an outstanding and excellent program at the University of South Carolina. With that, Clayton, I believe I'm going to hand it back to you to talk a little bit about the day and the structure and get us started. Oh.
Thank you. Okay, today we have a very full agenda, and so we will have several breaks throughout the day. Our session today begins with our welcome and introduction, followed by our first panel, regional manifestations. Then we'll have a little break. We'll have our in context panel, another little break, in society panel, another little break, our in communities panel, and our closing remarks. To give everyone an idea of the structure today, we will have 4 panels with 4 panelists each. And again, as Dr. Lankus has indicated, this is intended to be a very informal, but seminal conversation guided by broad prompts and questions. So from each moderator for each panel, we will have a welcome and presenter biographies. And then the panelists will address the following questions. What is the problem your work identifies? What do your findings and observations tell us about the future of libraries and information organizations as related to the symposia topics of equity, diversity, and inclusion? And then we will conclude with some final thoughts and ideas. Again, Dr. Lankus's vision is that this will be a very interactive, open conversation. Your contributions are absolutely invaluable, and we are really seeking as much as you will share. So please feel free to, and we ask that you help us make this event as valuable as possible by contributing your own comments and questions. Our papers and presentations have been available ahead of time, and the link is also included here in the PowerPoint slides for anyone who would like to reference the papers and presentations throughout the day. With some procedures, we also need your help, and so let's please work together with this. Panelists, please be reminded that moderators will be keeping time and will transition the discussion. We have our wonderful timekeeper, one of our MLIS candidates with the University of South Carolina, Tessie Holliday, who will message the moderator with kind reminders that 1 minute is remaining and then a request to wrap it up. Attendees, please feel free to use the chat for discussion during presentations. Everything will be muted until time allotted for conversation, but please use the raise hand feature in Zoom if you wish to verbally contribute. The moderator will be responsible for guiding ending questions in the conversation, as well as discussions and raised hands. And the timekeeper will message the moderator with questions and comments according to the chat. If the session starts to go over time, the moderator will receive a warning, and then we will mute and close out the session just to ensure that everyone has an equitable opportunity to contribute today. So a little overview of our first panel, regional manifestations, how EDI operates in different geographic regions of the world. And here's our schedule. And I'll now turn things over to our moderator for this first panel.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Hello, I'm Cindy Hull. I'm the immediate past president of the American Indian Library Association. AILA.org was founded in 1979 in conjunction with the White House Pre-Conference on Indian Library and Information Services on or near reservations. At the time, there was increasing awareness that library services for Native Americans were inadequate. Individuals, as well as the government, began to organize to remedy the situation. An affiliate of the American Library Association, the American Indian Library Association is a membership group that addresses the library-related needs of American Indians and Alaska Natives. Members are individuals and institutions interested in the development of programs to improve Indian library, cultural, and informational services in school, public, and research libraries on reservations. AILA is also committed to disseminating information about Indian cultures, languages, values, and information needs to the library community. We are honored to be included in this discussion on diversity, equity, and inclusion today, and I look forward to our robust discussion on regional manifestations. Introducing our panel today, we will have our first panelist join us to discuss addressing inaccessibility to library services, perspectives of students with visual impairment in a Nigerian university, Ngozi Eunice Ozadibe. Good morning. We will then move on to African and Afro-Brazilian cultures and education and library science in Brazil, from epistemicide to strategies for inclusion of ethnic, racial themes in teaching, Francilese Garces and Gustavo S. Saldana. Peer learning experience to grow public library innovation, Ramunye Petokovaite and Ugna Lipakaite. And then for reading pleasures, the field for experiencing extension actions in living libraries, SP Liritas, and the importance of school library in situations of social vulnerability, Gabriela B. Pedro. So I welcome all of our panelists today. As we jump into our first question, I will call on you and we will go around the panel, taking turns. This morning, I would like to invite Ngozi to unmute her mic first and to join us on sharing what is the problem your work identifies.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Good morning. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, please let me share my screen. I think I can share my screen. Okay, this work is an attempt to find out if library services rendered in the library, in the special needs section of Nnamdi Azikiwe Library, is consistent with the recommendations of IFLA 2015, of IFLA 2005 on library services to people with disabilities. Over time, the problem of library services to people with disabilities has become a problem, especially in academic libraries. And many authors have talked about it. The usual excuse for not offering services to students with disabilities is the copyright issue, that repackaging materials might infringe on copyrights. But in 2016, after the Marrakesh Treaty and the IFLA adoption of it, many libraries, including Nnamdi Azikiwe Library, opened a section for students with disabilities. They sent in staff, sent in materials, and since then, the library has been in operation. But since then, there has not been any evaluation, no assessment to see if the services being rendered in the library is consistent with the recommendations of IFLA 2005, or whether the students who are using the library, the visually impaired students, what their perception of the library is. That is as it relates to whether the services being rendered meet the expectations of the library, of the students. That's what the problem of this study is. And to solve this issue, the research method I employed is the descriptive design. And I used interview for data gathering. There was a focus group interview with the students. There was a one-on-one face-to-face interview with staff working in the section. And then there was a checklist to find out if actually what the staff and students are saying is true. Do I continue? Hello?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, do I continue to the findings? Hello?
If you would like.
Okay, so, but I want to share my screen. Hello, I'm coming, let me.
You should be able to share your screen.
Yes, I don't know, let me see, please. Okay, I can see myself now. I can get myself, let me share my screen. Okay, I have passed here, no problem. Okay, so in carrying out this research, I said that the design of the study was descriptive design, and I used 3 methods to collect data. One was first on one-on-one interview with staff. There was focus group discussion with the students with visual impairments, and there was a checklist in which I went through the library to confirm that what the students and the staff are saying is true. Then I used content analysis to analyze the results. Then findings from the studies showed that there are resources, most of them as recommended by IFLA. In the library, there are laptop computers, there are scanners, there are packing braillers, there are braille embossers, braille books, laser printers, and guide canes for students. But however, observations showed that the braille printers and the ordinary braille that ordinary printers that every other person uses, that there are no materials to use them. The students have to provide the braille. The students have to provide for themselves the papers and the toners and to use the braille printer and the ordinary braille. So the resources, some of them are there. Then coming to the services, I noticed that there are services. For example, there is a service called Library in a Bus, in which core textbooks required by the students are scanned, digitized into a computer. Then there are computers for loan, there are guide canes to loan, there are reading services, scanning services. Even the library provides drinking water, provides toilet, provides comfortable seats for the students. But by IFLA recommendation of 2005, the seats are supposed to have armrests. Unfortunately, though there are beautiful seats in the library, they are not having armrests. Okay, this is part of the library. This is the entrance to the library. IFLA said that students should be able to enter the library unobstructed. The students on themselves said that they are able to access the library. We can see it from this picture. But when I go on observation, I notice that though there is a very good ramp, there are unobstructed walkway to the library. Inside the library compound itself, there are little potholes that might hinder somebody walking alone with a cane. So I said here, though, that the students said that they have no problem accessing library buildings. Checklists show that the library compound has potholes, which can hinder a student with visual impairment movement. Now, let's look at, this is the library space. As I said before, we can see the library space, it has chairs, it has good tables. But IFLA recommendations said that the chairs should have armrests, but the chairs we are looking at here, now, they are good, they are good. And the students are actually not complaining about them, but they are not having armrests. Then, closer observation, IFLA recommended that there should be dedicated toilets for the students. There was toilets in the library, 2 clean toilets dedicated to the students. But closer observation showed that the wash hand basins at the toilet are not connected to the library water system. And as such, the libraries are not usable. Otherwise, other computers are there. Staff are there. Among the staff, one has a PhD, the other one is a PhD student, and the other one is MSc. Then the last person, because there are 4 of them, the last person is having NCE. But the thing is that the staff said they received no training on disability issues or how to serve patrons with disabilities. But the staff with PhD and the one that is a PhD student said that their area of specialization is in the area of people with disabilities. Okay, this is part of the library. We can see the computers, the earphones are there, the scanners, the braille printers, and the rest of them, they are there. Okay, still talking of resources in the library. Okay, I have passed this because I have said that the library has trained and dedicated staff. Okay. Okay, the students too, because IFLA recommended that there should be braille books, talking books, large print books, newspapers and periodicals in libraries serving students with disabilities. Focus group discussion with the students. The students' response showed that at this stage, at the university level, they don't need braille books or large print books or talking books or periodicals. The students said braille books are very cumbersome to move about, and at this time, when they have so many things to read, braille books will be too cumbersome to carry about. So in their own words, having materials online or digitized is better than having Braille books. Then on the perspective of the students on the library and its services, the responses of the students differ based on the student's background. For the students who have had the opportunity of using a special library before, they are not so comfortable with the special needs library of Nnamdi Azikiwe library. They consider it more of a beautiful reading room for themselves. But for others who have no idea or who have not enjoyed library services before they entered the university, the library was a beautiful place for them to be. And one of them said, if I can quote him, the person in group B of the focus group discussion, number 4 said, apart from lack of internet, I have no problem in the library.
Thank you, Ngozi.
I'm coming.
We would like to move on to Ramunye and Ugna as well. We're going to do round robin, so we're going to take turns.
Hello, ma.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma.
Hello. I would like Ramunye and Ugna to unmute their mics at this time to go ahead and share with us as well what the problem of their work identifies, and then we will return back to you.
Okay, ma.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ramuna Petkovaite, and Ugne Lipikaite, my colleague. We come from a non-for-profit organization called Electronic Information for Libraries. And today we want to turn conversation into inclusiveness of public library community in terms of diversity and equity of opportunities for public librarians for professional development and networking.
Excuse me, Ramunye.
Yes.
I'm sorry, some people are having a hard time hearing you. Could you turn up your mic, please?
I'll try to.
Okay, thank you.
So IFL, as I said, stands for Electronic Information for Libraries, and our program, Public Library Innovation Program, was launched to spark innovation in public libraries in developing and transition economy countries. Over decades, one decade that program exists, we worked with over 500 excellent public libraries from lower resource countries and observed that on one hand, their experience and ideas are rarely showcased in international and even national professional convenings and literature. On the other hand, they also are rarely part of national and international professional networks. This prevents their learning of new ideas and inspiration from other public libraries in their own countries, but also across the borders. And the window of opportunity to is even narrower if you are young public librarian, or you work in non-managerial position. So if we take Africa, where that's the case, actually, we base our paper, Peer Learning Experience to Grow Public Library Innovation, the initiative for young African library innovators. So out of 39 public librarians under 35 years old, with work experience from 3 to 10 years in public libraries, we found out that only a few of them had an opportunity to participate in international networking event beyond their country, and also very rarely they had opportunity to speak in the national national professional events and also learn from there. So in our paper, based on the case of the Initiative for Young African Library Innovators, or YALI in short, that IFL program has run since 2017 with different international and also local partners, we'd like to draw attention that perhaps international librarianship and networking, or in general, professional development and networking that we as library community are so proud of and are good in, is really not inclusive and so much international. In some cases, this also applies to national level professional networking and also membership organizations where young public librarians are not represented, or other kind of groups. And the second thing that we want to bring in the discussion is, though academic style professional conferences and convenings are related, and related professional communication channels contribute to spread of adoption of innovative public library solutions and approaches. But we argue that more informal, fun, and interactive peer learning activities makes innovation and development, first of all, look easier to do, and also allows others to take them and replicate faster. And most important, peer learning activities include many more staff than the academic professional development events. So that's our point. Do we continue with the findings? Sorry, we cannot hear you.
My apologies. So we have a second question here, and perhaps Ugna would like to unmute and answer this. Why is this problem important? What are the potential solutions and implications of addressing this problem?
Well, we tried to address the problem that Ramona described, participation of young library professionals. And actually what I wanted to add to what Ramona described is that we actually developed this program based on a research we done in 2014, 2015. And we wanted to find out how to really promote innovation and encourage young professionals to be more innovative, how to motivate them. And it was quite an extensive study. We actually surveyed more than 120 public library managers and innovators, as well as did some in-depth interviews with leaders of public library networks and professional organizations. And what we discovered is that all response lies in peer-to-peer learning. And this is why we started this idea of peer-to-peer learning program. What we discovered that in order to encourage librarians to motivate, they have to be exposed to other experiences. They have to be able to network, to learn from their peers. And that can be done through international conferences, interactive training events, and so on and so forth. But as Ramona described, participation of young professionals in these events is quite limited. We also discovered another interesting aspect. We found out that there is a difference between inspiration to innovate and dissemination of innovation. And we discovered that international events are the best way to inspire librarians to innovate, because they pick these new ideas they see and they bring them home. But to disseminate innovation, national networking is also very important, because this is where they see innovations already adapted to the local context and can pick up and replicate in the libraries. So we've got really a lot of ideas how to promote innovation through peer-to-peer learning, and this is how YALI program was born. And it has been a really transformative experience for the participants. Since 2017, we did 4 YALI programs in different continents, United States, 2 programs in Europe and also in Asia. Participants were transformed. People just changed their attitude towards public libraries, towards librarianship as a profession, and towards themselves as librarians. What was their role in libraries and what they can do as young professionals. So I think we accumulated quite interesting experience around peer-to-peer learning, and we are sharing this experience in our paper. Of course, there is no time to dig into details, but we provided all this information in our paper.
Thank you. Ngozi, do you have other thoughts that you would like to share in regarding to the problem identified? Were there any implications to addressing the problem? You're muted. I can't hear you.
Hello? Yeah, the question.
Hello.
Can I have the question?
Yes. So you shared a little bit about why the problem is important at your university. Were there any implications to addressing the problem?
Yes, it is important because inside the university here, we are having a growing number of students with visual impairments. At the last count, we have about 135 of them spread out across 5 faculties. And it is important that we carry all our students along. All these students, they need information. They want to grow to become somebody. And their succeeding academically depends on having access to information, much of which are in the libraries. So in as much as we have developed services for them, it is important that the services we develop meet the expectations of the students. And it is important that the students enjoy the service. It is also important for us to find out if our services are in line with recommendations. Just like I found out in the course of this study. Why IFLA is saying provide braille books, provide large print books, provide what again? Easy to read books. You find out that these things can fit into children's libraries or public libraries. But within academic libraries, the students feel that at this level, they don't need these things. So I think the study is important.
Thank you. Ramon, please share with us, what do your findings and observations tell us about the future of libraries and librarianship as related to the symposia topic of diversity, equity, inclusion, and post-neutrality?
Actually, probably the paper or the case does not say anything about the future, but our contemplation, I can contemplate on, you know, from our experience, I would like to call upon institutional stakeholders of continuous professional development, whether there would be library association, national or international, or library authorities and less educators, are also training providers, just to really pay attention in and try to analyze who is represented in those events and those processes, and where are groups and which are groups are not there, and then probably set some targets for inclusiveness and diversity and equity, and move, make a changes over certain time, because more library staff is included into innovation development processes, the practices probably will be better, and this means also a better service to our communities.
Thank you so much. I believe I'm receiving new information that is very critical to this discussion, and I do apologize. We have another panelist who has joined us, and unfortunately, I did not have his name. So I would like to introduce at this time Mr. Pierre, who is also joining us to strengthen this discussion. Would you please unmute, and we welcome you into this discussion today.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you so much for this exciting symposium. My name is Pierre Ruprecht. I am the CEO of SIP Leituras. I will try to answer the first question. So to give you a context to our case, we are an NGO that has a partnership with the government of the state of São Paulo, Brazil, to manage the two state libraries, Biblioteca de São Paulo and Biblioteca Villa Lobos, and a program of actions to support the state public library system, a network comprising more than 600 municipal libraries. Although we have some nice libraries, this network is very far from covering the territory and meeting the multiple demands of the numerous communities involved. In general, public authorities, both local, state, or federal, invest very little or nothing in the development of public libraries, and most of the time they do not even have a clear and effective public policy on reading, knowledge, and public libraries. We will talk about one of our programs, Para Ler, which means for reading, as a field for experiencing extension actions in living public libraries. The problem formulated in the early 2010s years for the Para Ler program was how, with very few financial resources, can we contribute to support the right to literature and develop activities to promote reading in communities in context of social vulnerability. It was also part of the problem to understand our role in modeling and testing interventions to share with the field of public libraries in the context of the network. The strategy then consisted of supporting the most diverse organizations of social nature that were already in the territory in the implementation of reading and library actions. The program took place in nursing homes and shelters, prisons, projects to support young people, and in recent years, it has been dedicated to supporting community organizations in the implementation of reading actions and community libraries. The three main objectives of the program are: A, to make reading, literature, and libraries instruments to support the development of communities. B, to live with the project's partner organization a legacy of practices and, if possible, a connection with public libraries. And C, to generate public library extension experiences that can be shared with all of the state's public libraries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And more information has been provided in the chat. So as we are moving right along here, there's so much information to be shared. I encourage everyone to continue to engage with the abstracts that are provided on the website and to be able to engage with others as well in the chat. If you have questions, if you have feedback, everyone is welcome to participate in this discussion today. As we're moving along here, our final thoughts and ideas is something that I feel everyone should have an opportunity to share at this time. Again, if you would like to unmute, we can go in order as we started this discussion. And I would like to welcome Ngozi to unmute, and she has 2 minutes to share those final thoughts with us today.
Okay. What the findings and observations tell us about the future of libraries and librarianship? Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm talking of what my findings tell us about the future of libraries and librarianship as it relates to equity, diversity, and inclusion. The findings show that at least academic libraries are making efforts to enthrone equity, diversity, and inclusion. And then gradually, academic libraries are realizing that within the university community are people with diverse abilities who need information for their daily activities. Another thing is that people within the university community, because of their diverse nature, there are able-bodied people, there are people with disabilities, all these people study in different forms. And as such, academic library resources and services must be adapted to fit the learning styles of every patron. And that was what we were trying to do at Naidazikiwe Library. Another thing that I found out is that as librarians do their work, whether they are serving patrons without disabilities or patrons with disabilities, they should bear it in mind that anybody approaching a library has an expectation of what the person wants to get from the library. So the era of one service for everybody, the same style of service for everybody is gone, because in increasing numbers, people with disabilities, especially people with visual impairment, are finding their ways into the universities, and the academic library must take care of them. Then, as it relates, talking more on the future of libraries and how it relates to our topic under discussion. Gradually, libraries are imbibing equity, diversity, and inclusion. And ICT, current ICT revolution is of great help to them. So the future of libraries and librarianship in this topic is very bright. Libraries are trying. I am the pioneer. Okay, thank you.
Ramunia and Ugna, I want to make sure you share your closing thoughts as well.
Okay, so we also want to encourage public library field really to invest into exploring peer learning activities in full diversity, so, and all formats, because we saw that this is a way to fast track innovation and make, you know, replication from one library to another easier and really inspiring, because not everyone can write you know, academic paper on their practice or case study. but everyone can talk about what they do in the practice, and also inspire others, explain why, what, how, and to what impact they change the service, and that's really fun. Also, I would encourage to look into the library visits and all traditional ways we learn from each other, because this is also a place for innovation and learning from peers. Ugne, do you have anything to add, please?
Yeah, just a couple of points maybe to add to what you said. I think we learned really a lot about peer-to-peer learning and how it works. And to me, another element which is really, really important is, our program brings young African librarians to a very different country with very different economic situation, different library systems. And what we noticed, what is really essential when you design programs that bring people from very different contexts, it really has to be a very horizontal, very open dialogue between both sides. What I want to say is that we cannot engage, for example, people librarians from low resource countries, and then bring them somewhere where the experts give a presentation and share the solutions that work somewhere else. I think that what is really key in these dialogues is that both sides share as equals, because both sides has a lot to share. And we had this experience, it still stands in my eyes, last time in PLA conference in Nashville, we brought a bright Kenyan young librarian, and she gave an amazing presentation. I think one of the best presentations on that day. They have a lot to share, and we just need to listen. So I just want to say that when we engage different people, professionals from different contexts, we need to make sure that both sides are open to learn from each other. What else I wanted to say? Probably I already forgot something. Well, then I will share something else. Just compliments to Pierre. Last night I watched video from your library. I could not understand Portuguese, but it is just amazing. I could see the passion that people have. So I want to invite you to also look at it if you haven't done so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'd like to invite Pierre-Andre to continue his final thoughts as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Ugne. It was very nice to hear from you. Well, I will try to answer the second question very quickly and give my final thoughts and ideas, not mine, but of all the team which is involved in this project. Okay, so concerning the findings, well, of course, we quite believe in the idea of the public library, but public libraries certainly can be an instrument of individual and collective development, and they are certainly one of the most interesting, since we talk not about development and transformation in the sense that we might say we are going to turn people into what we want or what we understand, but more like we are going to develop with the community a set of tools to help them to become what they understand or what they want. We are therefore talking about multiple platforms, about library as a multiple platform capable of supporting different communities in exploring their interests and exchanging these interests and discoveries with each other. In this sense, it is a world of incredible freedom, and we need it more and more. Naturally, this requires libraries and professionals increasingly oriented by their role as social and cultural mediators. And we are concerned that team buildings take these needs into account. Our final thoughts, which are most probably more our our questions or our where our interest is going towards. We often think of literature as a meeting space with the difference, with diversity. And of course, we understand that libraries have this same commitment. You certainly know that from the point of view of practices, this is actually a very broad and complex issue. We are sometimes very good promoting different identities, but we are also very concerned and interested in trying out what we have been calling encounter tools in libraries. We feel that we have a lot to learn there. We in SP Leituras and in our libraries, how to promote what we have called intercultural mediation, or how to put in contact those different communities to exchange their knowledge and their views. We have been trying some projects in this sense, for instance, building a collection
And I believe your screen is frozen. Can you hear us? While he resets, hopefully he will be able to rejoin us. We do have some questions that we can start getting into to move our session along. So the first one is, we have a question from Dr. David Linkeys to the panelists. How important is it in peer learning to have institutional support, or does peer learning work around institutional limitations? Who would like to go first?
Ramona, do you want to start, or can I start? Okay, I will start, and maybe Ramona will add her thoughts. From our experience, well, we work in low resource countries, so that's already a limitation in the most things that we are doing. And of course, libraries have few resources and little support. So my experience is kind of double-sided. From one side, I think that with ICT and libraries in low resource countries are also getting increasingly connected to the internet, and librarians have more opportunities. And with COVID, most of professional events transitioned to online space, which was actually a very good thing for low resource countries, because for the first time in their lives, many of them managed to join professional events, especially the ones that were free of charge, so people could join, for example, Occupy Library and listen to wonderful content. So in this sense, I think that these opportunities really exist, and they are increasingly more open to professionals from low resource countries. However, I feel that first introduction is also very important. I can see that, for instance, we give one scholarship and we bring young professional to a 3-day conference. And that's a new start of his or her life. They start this personal contact, they exchange information, they see that on the other side, there are same people with same problems that they can discuss as equal. And then everything starts and these networks grow. But this first...
Could I jump in there just really quickly?
Yes.
Because I understand the resource issue. What I'm curious though is, in order to get that person someplace else for 3 days, yes, there's the money and resources, but the director has to give them time off. And
definitely.
Right. And so, I mean, that's what I'm curious about, is that, there's been a lot of discussions around the use of peer learning networks. And I often see them framed as a way of connecting, for example, progressive practice because someone feels alone in the library, like they're the one person who wants to push for communities. They're the one person who wants to push for internationalization. And so I see a lot of discussions with peer networks of sort of avoiding the limitations of their own institutions. I'm just wondering if you encountered that.
Ramona, maybe you can add on that. We definitely have some experience on.
Yeah, in general, definitely the personal initiative and here where peer learning starts, right? But in terms of all professionals are, you know, tied to certain institutions, and sometimes institutions are, to my understanding, you know, makes barriers for personal initiative to go through, and it's there might different manifestations of that. For example, you know, the membership fee for public librarians in library association might be not affordable, while for and also for public libraries as institution, if it's institutional fee, you know, membership fee, while for academic and research libraries it's okay, and they are really networking and doing quite well in this area. So, and also not everyone, you know, there are shy people. Some people don't believe they have something to share. And I think in this way, institutional support is really, and recognition of the talent and recognition of initiative locally is really very important. Of course, you know, Eiffel can come in some cases, but, you know, we cannot cover all networks.
Yeah, I mean, Ngozi, if I could ask you, I mean, the work you're doing is important and clearly informed by IFLA and International. I'm wondering, you know, what kind of support from your institution have you received or do you need to engage in these sort of international conversations? Oh, and you're muted, unfortunately.
Okay. At times we do have, but it's rare. In my university, they said it takes 3 years to get institutional support to attend conferences, which means, like, I was sponsored in 2015. And since 2015, I couldn't get any because I have to give others a chance to attend to. So that's how it is here. But the thing is that people push themselves up on themselves. Librarians are not waiting for the institution to push them, because part of our promotion exercise here is that for you to attain a certain level, at least the post of a senior lecturer in the university, you must have attended 20 conferences from the time you join the university. So in that case, nobody is waiting for the university to push him or her, unless you don't want the promotion.
Thank you. Appreciate the input, folks.
Thank you. And we welcome back here once again. During your presentation, Dr. Lenkes did have a question for you in the chat. He said, I love the idea of seeing the literature as a meeting space. What barriers are there?
Well, this is indeed a very nice idea. And I think we have a lot to learn in libraries from the literature. I'm sorry, my connection seems to be unstable, but I will try to answer you. We experience many difficulties to improve actually these actions in libraries, and I think the most difficult is to really include patrons of the most diverse communities into the discussion of our collections and the reading activities. So when we conduct this program, Praler, we have many very interesting experiences putting together people from some community to read together and to discuss their reading, and then to try to link this discussion with the discussion of the same issues in other communities. So this is, I think, the one of the challenges we are facing, to put those communities to discuss together. We are doing very well the discussion in inside the communities, but we are facing this problem. I hope I'm.
Yeah, I mean, what's striking me across these three presentations is barriers to access, right? So one is physical accessibility and making sure that people have material in which they can access the conversations, the materials, as we heard from Ngozi. When we hear from Ugna and Ramon, which is the idea of barriers of access to the community itself, of librarians of practice, and breaking those, and looking at resources and projects and information communication technology is one. And then Pierre talking about the notion of, some of the barriers are, once we get there, the access to, and I really like your last point, which is sometimes we're really good at talking within our community, but the minute we have to bridge, which I see is the notion of expanding the definition of a peer. I think that, some of the cultural issues, some of the ways in which we express information, all those become, so if we talk about inclusive conversations, it seems like we're all, and which is the point, we're all touching on how to make these more inclusive. And so I want to thank you and not dominate everything, but thank you very much for sharing these things.
Thank you. And we do have another question. Again, it says, Pierre Andre, who selects the readings? Do people bring up their own titles or stories? How do we create a safe enough environment that people feel safe to bring up stories that matter to them, although they may view them as lesser, different, localized, etc.?
Well, there are two issues there. There are a lot of issues, but two of them that I think that are very interesting. One is the selection. The selection, of course, we count on librarians and on writers, but also on the demands of the community in terms of themes or even titles, if they have. So it's a mixture, and it's very important to include and to give a very large space to the demands of the readers, effectively. And well, to put them in a safe situation, well, as this program, we run it with local community organizations, we count a lot on those local community organizations, as well on the professionals we involve in the program, in the sense that, as I described previously, we are very interested in work with people who has really social awareness and very good personal skills to put everybody very comfortable to share their experiences and their readings, of course.
Wonderful, thank you.
Answer your question, Nadia?
Yes, thank you, Pierre-André, thank you.
We might have time for one more quick question. I also posted the link to the abstracts in the chat. Once again, so much good reading material. Hearing no questions, I just want to say once again that we appreciate all of our panelists so much. Thank you for sharing the value of the impact of the work in your community, your commitment to the profession, and all of the efforts that you put forth towards lifting up diversity, equity, and inclusion in your communities. And Ngozi, we appreciate the information you shared. Ugna, Ramunye, Pierre-Andre, thank you all so very much for joining us today. We look forward to hearing additional work as you continue to write and research down the road. And I want to thank Dr. Lenkes and everyone who sponsored this wonderful symposia series. And I appreciate the opportunity to represent the American Indian Library Association today. From the bottom of my heart, Pidamaye, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. There is a question on the chat for me. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, there is a question in the chat for me.
Oh,
There is a question. Okay.
Oh, I apologize. I missed it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Please.
yes, I work very closely with the students with visual impairment. And in every activity in introducing any service, we sought their attention. So we carry on the students with us in service, design, and innovation. I don't know if I have answered that question. There is a question asking if we work with the youth. Hello?
Thank you, Ngozi. I can follow up separately. I would have been interested in more examples, but I think we are running out of time. I'll text you privately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Yes, thank you kindly, everyone, for a very fruitful and informative session. It has been such a privilege to hear from all of you and your wonderful works, and we thank you. At this time, we are going to move to a break and return at 10:25 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you kindly.
It had to be you. I wandered around and finally found the somebody who could make me be true, could make me be blue, or even be glad, just to be sad, thinking of you. Some of us I've seen might never be mean, might never be cross or try to be boss, but they wouldn't do for nobody else. Gave me a thrill with all your faults. I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you. It had to be you. Never be cross, try to be boss, they wouldn't do for nobody else. Give me a girl with all your faults. I love you still, baby. It had to be you, wonderful you. Had to be you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Hopefully you enjoyed that little break and time of respite. And at this point, we have a welcome from Sean T. Burns Simpson from the Black Caucus of the American Library Association.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And hi, everyone. Yes, I am Shanti Burns Simpson, the president of the Black Caucus of the American Library Association. And I have the wonderful opportunity to work with colleagues from across the country to meet the mission of BCALA. That mission includes advocating for the development, promotion, and improvement of library services and resources to the nation's African American communities. So equity, diversity, and inclusion has always been at the core of our work. Founder E.J. Josie, who was a past ALA president and involved in the civil rights movement, mentored so many people in the library world and beyond. But less people know of Effie Lee Morris, who's another co-founder of BCALA. She was a children's librarian, educator, and activist who pioneered public library services for minorities and the visually impaired. She was the first African-American president of the Public Library Association. It's the vision and work of our founders that provides the framework of our 50-plus-year-old organization. To learn more about the Black Caucus of the American Library Association, please go to bcala.org. I'm so excited for our next panel, which will discuss applications of EDI ideals to specific practice-based initiatives with moderator Laverne Gray. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanti Burris, and welcome everyone to the second panel of the day, featuring fascinating papers and work around the topic of in context, applications of EDI ideals to specific practice-based initiatives. And we have assembled a wonderful and very diverse on the EDI today, a diverse panel of diverse interest and fascinating work in various types of libraries and communities internationally. We know the format for the panel, which is placed on the screen there, but I'm going to take a few minutes to introduce the papers and the panelists. Hopefully you have had a chance to look at the abstracts and engage with some of the work that was presented pre-conference, or if not, check out the link in the chat that will be provided for you so you can take a quick look at some of the abstracts. I'm going to briefly introduce our panelists, and I won't take up the full 10 minutes, so I'm going to ask the panelists too if there's anything they want to add on their introductions when they make their opening statement, they could do so. Okay, so first we have the paper, Be My Guest, From Welcoming to Hospitality in Libraries, and Raphael Betts from the University of Bordeaux is presenting that information or representing that work, and has a fascinating video on YouTube where they discuss the complexities of that work. Next, we have Librarians, Outreach and Evaluation, EDIA in a large urban public library. And that is being represented by Mariella Colon from my hometown, Chicago, in the public library. So pleased to have you here. Very fascinating work and blends a lot of community, internal, external, organizational thought on critical race theory, outreach, libraries, and communities. Such fascinating work, and thank you for being here. And next we have fostering equity, diversity, and inclusion by adopting universal design for learning principles in academic libraries by Stephanie Havelka from Humboldt University in Berlin. Thank you so much. I did receive your communication. This will let you know I'm very happy to have you here. And the last noted presentation will be by Marie D. Martel from Montreal University School of Librarianship and Information Science, and Bob White from Montreal University also, but from the Department of Anthropology. And they have this fascinating work on third place libraries between the intercultural approach and commitments to equity, diversity, and inclusion. And just to all of the panelists here, we're going to follow the round robin. And please, if there's any notes that you want to add so we could get to know you better within your statements, that's fine. With each question that we pose, remember that we are, time sensitive. I know there are 4 of us, 4 papers represented in 10 minutes. So, 2 to 3 minutes, 2 minutes really for each question. And we have a timer who will alert me, and I will interrupt you or nudge you gently to make sure that we stay on time. So I'm going to move right into the first question and probably start with a different panelist each time. And I think that Raphael Betts, you won the lottery, so you're gonna go first if you don't mind with this, and then from there and on we will move accordingly. And just briefly, 2 minutes on what is the problem that your work identifies.
So hello everyone. So the problem my work identified is in what way the notion of hospitality is opening new approaches of welcome in libraries, because it seems to me that the different ways to renew the capacity of libraries to be fully inclusive and open to diversity have shown their limits. So for example, the development of participatory projects in library should encourage the better listening of users and inhabitants, but has not really allowed a real acknowledgement of the knowledge produced and mobilized by the participants. Or for example, the reception of cultural studies has led libraries to pay greater attention to minorities in development of services or proposal of animations. But yet today, the implementation of cultural rights is often reduced to animation of valorization of different culture rather than strong policies for and with different minorities. And even this is true last year with the situation related to the pandemic and lockdown. It has demonstrated that and highlighted, in fact, the ability of libraries to care for the most vulnerable with great empathy. But care ethics is still not widely used in libraries. And I could give many other examples, the statistics of frequentation and the real encounters in the library, or the intellectual organization of the collection and their capacity to absorb intelligibilities. So with hospitality, I think we could propose a new framework to develop our services and change the way the library is reaching its own mission. And the richness of this term of hospitality is very good for that, because we can hear hospitality in 3 definitions. The first one will be welcoming of those in needs, which implies recognizing that our choice of actions are creating vulnerabilities. The second one is welcoming what the other brings to us, which implies redefining the relation between librarians and users. And the third one is welcoming what is foreign to us, which implies to accept ignorance, incertitude, and doubt in a positive path through knowledge. So I think in hospitality, we give ourselves the opportunity to build a new network of attention, recognition, knowledge, which will be more inclusive, more diverse, and more troubling too.
Mhm. Thank you. Thank you so much for outlining the definitions of hospitality and welcoming in the EDI context. And I want Mariella, if you could follow next with the problem your work identifies.
Yes, absolutely. I'm so happy to be here. First off, what primarily the work defines is this problem with externalizing EDI processes, either by hiring a consultant to fix it for us, or sort of not understanding the role the library has played in, these white supremacy and the inequitable society we find ourselves in. So what's happening is we're externalizing it as if we could just sort of get the solutions for problems from outside consultants. We're not looking internally. So so my work presents a framework for sort of what I call meaningful DEIA work, because it's starting internally, and it is defining it by 3 areas of the library Chicago Public already does, but not collectively as an effort to address EDI. So we have librarian professionals of color that already serve on cultural committees here at the library, who have made it their additional work to make sure that we're presenting counter narratives and other stories from the community directly. Chicago Public has 81 locations in the city of Chicago, and each represent distinct communities. So the first part was empowering our librarians of color we already have to keep them here. It is so important, with the library field still being vast majority white, that we are creating inclusive spaces for the librarians that are working here, practicing DEI for many years before it became the trend that it was in the past couple of years. So a lot of that is being driven by critical librarianship. When this was introduced to our staff earlier this year, it was received positively by both staff of color and white allies. This is a way to approach our library work, to evolve it, to make it more relevant for society today. I think we all sort of recognize that we cannot be neutral in an inequitable society. The second part was really taking outreach to sort of a new level. It's really treated as an optional service at the public library. Like, if we have enough staff, if we have enough opportunities, then we're able to sort of really curate it and treat it itself as sort of this experience that allows us to go into communities and build these authentic relationships that in turn sort of build this social capital that, again, brings communities together. So it allows us to really get out there and build substantial relationships with community. Also, understanding that the community is an expert. So if we're trying to serve our communities, they're the experts. So we need to understand that and sort of work in collaboration with them. Instead of designing for them, we're designing with them as far as the outreach experience goes. And then finally, there is this, so as I said earlier, DEI work is being externalized and then is sort of bringing in a consultant and it's done. Yay, we have this report, we're going to act on it. But really, it's about measuring the success of DEI initiatives is extremely difficult. And there's a lot of it rooted in quantitative practices. I say in my paper that we can never declare ourselves to be 5% less racist this year. That's not how you measure how this work is going to work. It has to be intersect with qualitative data gathering. So honestly, I propose that we would use design thinking, which is all about analyzing behavioral change and how that takes time to actually measure the success of any sort of initiative that follows what we hope to do with DEIA work. Really, it's about contributing to being a more equitable society.
All right, thank you so much. And I'm seeing the thread already just from the 2 introductions, and thinking about the community and the internal structures of the library and what that means in that bridge, right? And our state of mind in how we view these communities. So thank you. So I'm going to move right on to Stephanie. If you can just briefly talk about what the problem your work identifies.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm talking from Dublin, just moved for a new job. Okay, so my work at the Universal Design for Learning Guidelines have been around for quite some time, right? They're not a new kid on the block. And also they have been adopted and adapted into the higher education curriculum and of course academic libraries to some extent. Our paper shows that there is still and there will always be a need to embrace UDL principles in academic libraries fully. So the UDL is a framework with 3 principles. Many of you will be familiar with it. These are 3 principles. The first one is engagement, the second representation, and the third action and expression. What I want to make clear too, because I worked as an academic librarian moving into teaching now, UDL is not digital accessibility, nor is it assistive technology, nor accessibility technology. UDL is super flexible and can be used completely without any technology. It's more like a mindset. So our paper explicitly addresses how academic librarians can implement UDL within access services, reference services, and instruction. Instruction has been done the most, and there's the most papers about it. But I want to give an example of the UDL principle, multiple means of representation, as part of your circulation. So a high portion of your videos should have by default closed captioning and the transcript option, enhancing the education experience and strengthening inclusiveness. However, I would like to point out not academic libraries need to hold the vendors accountable. For example, Canopy is a streaming video service, and most of their videos have closed captioning, but you can request it if they don't have it. So concluding, I would like to say embracing diversity, equity, inclusiveness, and access by adopting your UDL mindset is vital for all learners, and not only those with apparent difference, like the visible disabilities. As such, a UDL mindset or a UDL sensibility benefits many students, including English as a second language like myself. Non-traditional students, I would like to also point out to the neurodiverse student, Black, Indigenous, people of color, and as well other underrepresented minorities.
All right. Oh, thank you so very much for that. The accountability factor in there and thinking of where that should come from. Are we waiting, right, for someone else? Exactly. Thank you so much. And Marie,
Yes.
yeah, please address the question on the problem your work identifies.
Thank you very much, Professor Gray. So I am in Montreal, and before I want to respectfully acknowledge that I am part of the group that settled this unceded traditional indigenous territory, and I want to thank the First Peoples of the Turtle Island. So we think that the problem is based on the question, which is basically the same as the one Professor Cook already asked at the beginning of chapter 2 in her book, Information to Diverse Populations. What are we doing in practice and what are we doing in professional practice? So we are living in a context of diversity, even super diversity, the fact that there are more people from diverse backgrounds, more type of diversity. And that is coming along with the issue of intersectional identities, which can lead to serious cases of discrimination, racism, and social exclusion. We also know that the field of librarianship is essentially made up of white women, we know that there is a lack of cultural sensitivity and cultural knowledge. And so the problem is, how could we know and learn as professional if we assume also at some point that it's not enough to learn about others, but that we have to learn also about ourselves? And for this, reflective practice is certainly a way to operationalize this knowledge and put it into action. But the problem then is that, according to some studies, librarians are not very good at, or are not very good, not very clear about reflective practice. So in short, the problem, according to us, is an epistemological problem. How do professionals know, and what can we do in practice to be better at knowing with reflective practice, and then be able to know better about how to achieve our goal in creating more equitable, diverse, inclusive, accessible access environment that we sometimes call third place libraries.
Thank you so much. It's a fascinating read on what that third place means and how it can be addressed in libraries. So thank you so much for, and thank all the panelists for addressing that question, because the problem here, although we identified this EDI space, it cuts across in many aspects, from welcoming, from internal organizational city structures, accessibility, and also what it means to be in that third place. So I thank you for all addressing that. And, you know, I'm excited about this panel, as if you can't tell. I just can't help but remark, but it's about you, not me, right? Okay, so we're going to move on to the next question is, and some of you have addressed why this problem is important, and I believe that's inherent in the work, the areas that your work identifies. But I want you to, think about the problem, the importance of the problem, and the potential solutions and implications of addressing this problem. Okay, and so you kind of outlined that already, but if you want to restate anything and then talk about what's to solve it, especially since we now have a feel for the multitude of areas you're coming from. And this time, the lottery winner is Mariella. So if you could address that first.
Great. Sorry, I'm having computer problems, but I had a backup computer. I mean, to expand upon a little bit, really what really bothers me and what's really inspiring right now is the fact that even post-pandemic, we're moving into the infodemic, like really bad. And you find this in the public library happening all the time. We have staff members who are not sure what to do when a patron is asking to print a fake vaccination card. What is our role? What are we doing? And are we inadvertently contributing to this infodemic? So with that said, I mean, what I really am concerned with is the fact that we are, again, inadvertently creating, at the very least, uncomfortable environments for our librarians and staff of color, and at the extreme, hostile work environments, because we're not sort of taking a stance either or about what the library is supposed to do, the limitations, and how we're, facilitators of knowledge creation based in facts, and why that is so, such a controversial statement now. It is very difficult. And then sort of building into how interdisciplinary critical race theory has become in the past couple years, especially. I wasn't familiar with it 5 years back, but understanding that the legal field especially had made a point of pointing out how this works in educational context, in librarian context, in business context. And that's very intentional, because it's the only way we're going to be able to address the massive shortcomings of our written histories and how to present that. And it actually provides a framework of how to build action. It's not just theoretical in the academia tower. This is how it should happen. No, this is how it will happen. And it also really provides a framework for identifying how we already do some of that, and how it's like representative of our best programming and really resonates with all the audiences we're trying to really help. So that's really my main concern. It's making sure we get a lot of librarians of color in the profession, but making it a very inclusive environment for them to thrive, to work to their full potential, you know, not to be just representative, but to be able to speak and really affect change, especially in public librarianship, where it's just at the ground level with the public and so influential in our communities.
Thank you so much. So multiple voices. And so next, Stephanie, if you can address why is this problem important in the potential for solutions, implications of addressing this problem of universal design and accessibility you so wonderfully expressed earlier.
Unmute myself. So in our literature review, we found only a few in-depth research articles applying really UDL to academic libraries. So we perceive a need for more research articles that really look at, for example, the assessment of UDL guidelines in academic libraries. So once you have done it, does it really foster equity? Does it help the people with visible and invisible disabilities? Does it help people that go back to school after a break of 20 years or something like that? So I would like to say that our profession, and this is like a defense and a discipline, I believe that many academic librarians have, libraries have used concept for UDL, and of course driven to diversity, equity, inclusion, access for many years. However, there's one author, he's called Edburn, and he demands, and I kind of agree with him, unless serious intellectual energy is devoted to addressing the current shortcomings of UDL of the construct, within the next 10 years, we might be commemorating the passing of another educational fad. Like, oh, remember UDL, that was 10 years ago. But I have included two very recent articles in my in our paper. And the first one is kind of counterbalancing the notion of UDL as an educational fad. And the first one, Pico and Vecchione, created the library model of adopting accessibility practices in acquisitions. It's a way for libraries to identify their organization along a pathway and look forward to continually improve their expertise, services, and adoption of UDL. The second one, by Thompson Copeland, she is a Dr. Copeland, brings forth a very new concept, and I love this concept. It's called diversity by design. They understand that diversity by design framework is when the inclusion in the LIS educational setting takes on layers of integration deeper than simply offering a single elective course entitled Diversity and Inclusion in Public Libraries. So that's one example. In summation, I would like that the UDL guidelines, and I have a chance to do that now, to be taught more in the LIS curriculum. Once you are familiar with it, you understand, maybe I should check for my word accessibility, or why do the PDF need to be OCR compliant, right? So, and this is the only way, if we integrate it into our teaching, that we guarantee its longevity. So nurturing diversity, equity, and inclusion by adopting UDL and academic libraries certainly is no panacea, right? But I believe it will help raise awareness and advocacy, and thus ensure that libraries and their resources and services are truly for all kinds of learners.
Thank you so much. Gonna ask, we are behind on time already, but it's okay. So I just would like Professor Marie Martel and then Raphael Batts to address the same question, but thank you so much.
Thank you. So our proposal aims to specify a way maybe to explore and design the libraries of tomorrow, libraries as meeting place. And we propose to do this by adopting a clearer and more intentional reflective practice model, which is relying upon an intercultural approach and the concept of cultural safety, with the requirement of participation that cultural safety presupposes. So the intercultural approach constitutes a reflective activity that proceeds by means of a back and forth process between an activity of centering or centration to allow for a knowledge of one's identity and a decentration to allow for creating knowledge about the situation of others. And more precisely, centering as self-reflection aims at making explicit, at bringing to consciousness as a critical consciousness what is internalized in relation to our own cultural frames, and also by analyzing the way in which professional, institutional, and organizational frameworks constitute oppressive, colonizing, racist systems. On the other hand, the knowledge of others implies a movement of decentration towards the other with empathy in order to understand its identity mark and difference, its historical and migratory trajectory, including the impact of the relation of power, domination, oppression, and their intersection. So this intercultural mapping work allows to put in place the condition for mutual understanding, also for the negotiation of new agreement, and eventually the transformation of this knowledge into action. However, there is another part of our proposal, and we appeal also to the use of the concept of cultural safety to describe a more advanced level of critical consciousness within the framework of reflective practice. Indeed, recent work in nursing about the concept of cultural safety has shown that the concept of cultural safety is more relevant and productive to achieve the objective found in many politics of equity, diversity, inclusion, accessibility for at least three reasons. Cultural safety framework more explicitly assume that this reflective practice must be approached as institutional, organizational, systemic process rather than an individual issue. And cultural safety framework is intercultural. In other words, it is a practice that is oriented towards the relation between identity and difference rather than focusing primarily towards others. As such, cultural safety tends less to essentialize or even amalgamate those who are different from oneself or the dominant group. And cultural safety then avoids promoting then or stereotyping or blending First People, immigrant, racialized people into a whole. It avoids also the polarization of the them versus us that may result when one does not critically interrogate both sides. And third, and most of all, cultural safety also asserts more explicitly the need for explicit, effective participation of people from indigenous or ethnic minority group to be part of the making of politics, space, services, activities. So, in other words, our study leads us to better understand, we think, how we could think and work towards the future of library as third place and participatory systems, as Professor Lanke suggests in the book, the New Librarianship Field Guide, and so through an epistemology for professionals based upon intercultural relation, conversation, and participation.
That was heavy, heavy, a lot, beautifully said. Thank you. And I'm going to ask
Thank you.
Dr. Batts, if you could address the question, and then we'll move on to final thoughts and then engage in some question answer. Okay.
Okay, I will make a mix between the potential solutions and my finding of observation, because I begin to answer at the next question. So first about the solution, I think that for me, my research is opportunity to go beyond the question of inclusion, considered only from the point of view of fighting against exclusion, because this approach does not recognize the capacity of citizens to build their own emancipation in other ways that we are used to. And it's also an opportunity to go beyond the role of library as a pure receptacle of knowledge, as legitimized by the publishing process. And it's also an opportunity to create new common goods, common knowledge, in fact, which are both a reflection of the way of living in the world, but also a means of creating new narratives. So the hospitality gives us the possibility to redefine how the library finds its place in the circulation of information and knowledge on the territory, without being the only prescriber of knowledge. And my work is still in process, but I'm trying to use this framework based on hospitality to study the circulation of scientific and lay information in situations of climate emergency in territories that are facing this kind of problem, like a transformation of the coastline or things like that. And based on this definition of hospitality, I set up experimentation protocols to design tools to enhance and put into dialogues all this knowledge. This leads me to work on how librarians can draw on the ethics of care to define the continuum of vulnerability at work in situation of crisis, and then pay attention to the condition of knowledge production of these vulnerable people. And for now, this concept, in fact, is really not used in libraries in France, where I come from. So we need to study what are the barriers of such a conception of service for librarians. And the second point is how the librarians can rely on the bibliographic transition to think about the articulation between knowledge on different forms, nature, obsolescence, and condition of legitimization. And one of the question is how to design a tool that accepts a knowledge that is in fact an event because of its temporality, because of the condition of its production, because of the condition of its reception. So we need to question the value of the event in the process of knowing. And finally, it's also studying how the librarians can accompany vulnerable people in giving voice to their experience, which I bring closer to the question of community literacy, that it's something that we are absolutely not discussing in France. So we need to study the ability of the librarians to open their library to others' intelligibilities, the way to make the word intelligible. Sorry, I don't succeed to say that word in English. So these elements are steps toward the future that I see for the library and that I describe as a documentary hospitality. It's a library that gives a real place to information and knowledge, and not just a place where everyone can come. It's not enough for me. So the library can once again become a real public space, which really puts people and ideas and objects in circulation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's been all wonderful. And, for the interest of time, I think this panel could be like 2 hours, but that's all right. For the interest of time, I'm just going to ask for a 5-minute round, a 1-minute final thoughts, just 1 minute from each of you. And then we can open up the floor for questions and insights from our audience. So Stephanie, 1 minute, final thoughts.
First of all, I want to point out the importance of collaboration, advocacy, and awareness. Media does not exist in a vacuum. So the principle of fluid and intertwined, You need to share your knowledge with training your peer librarians, your liaison faculty members, information technology, the overall administration. So it needs to be an ongoing dialogue, basically, with your Office of Disability, Diversity, and Inclusion. So in summation, I hope this article will inspire other libraries and librarians to adopt this principle. You just have to start a little bit, and thus supporting and fostering all kinds of students for their success in academia and beyond.
Okay, and Marie, Dr. Marie.
Thank you. Final thought. Well, I think that if we want to further clarify the model of reflective practice for professional, we should address the issue of participation and its role in designing libraries as an equitable access environment. For once we say that the future of library is in libraries as participatory systems, what does that mean? How do we concretely determine who participates? How do people want to participate? What is the appropriate duration of this participation to be productive? What power do participants have in the process? At what level? What stage? Who documents the narrative of the created content? Who interpret them? Who makes the decision afterwards? Who ensures the concretization and transformation of the product of participation into action and social transformation? How do we evaluate the impact of participation? So I think that there's a lot of questions for us ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mariella?
Yeah, so I wanted to, with this last minute, just argue for accessibility as being included in the acronym of DEIA, because none of this really matters if people can't access that. And I think a lot of times people sort of think of accessibility as differently abled people and as disabled, which is absolutely a part of it. But we really want to talk about, when we're talking about cultural knowledge, there's different ways of accessing cultural knowledge. That's access. And if there's one way of speaking a language, the culture as authority, then if there's no way for them to access it. And I do talk about it a bit in my paper with reparative archives, going back into our histories and sort of fixing it to incorporate the cultural knowledge that was discounted initially. So I want to end with that I think accessibility is incredibly an important part of DEI work going forward.
Exactly, thank you. And Dr. Betts, final thoughts.
Yes, my final thoughts is that I think we would benefit in library science in this moment to use some concepts from philosophy, all the time from philosophy, but specifically some like the concept of inhabiting the world from Heidegger, but which is used also in ecosophy. The concept of kinship, used in particular by Arroway and Desprez, and the concept of trouble from Arroway too. And for inhabiting the world, I think this concept invites us to pay really attention to the ways in which the world is a place of life. And library has to find their place as an inhabited place, sure, but also as an institution whose mission is to serve this possibility of inhabiting the world and living in it. The concept of kinship invites us to ask the question how to collect all the words and knowledge of a territory and how to make them heard. And there is inside the question of putting back the library at the heart of a narrative process. Okay, and finally, the concept of trouble is interesting for us because among all the richness of this concept, there is this idea for me important that the library is also a place to raise the trouble, a place that we can positively conceive as a place of ignorance rather than a place of knowledge. It's very quick, sorry, but.
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you so much. This was such a wonderful panel, such an explosion of ideas and contexts in which this is all about context. And I think all of you, my mind is churning from each panelists' statements in all of the areas, but I want to take the time now to give the audience present, or those present, a chance to offer any comments or questions at this time. And in the meantime, while they think about those things, I would just like to address this, because all of this is surrounding the not necessarily the divide, but the service, community, culture areas in librarianship, in library teaching, in the profession. And just a quick question for all of you. I'm sorry, I got a question in the chat and I'll address them first. This was for Dr. Betts. How are EDI conversations differing in France versus North America, given the library culture that differs a fair deal here and there?
Okay, so I think I need a scholarship for answering this question. So if there is a university in USA who wants to invite me, so I could study this question, in fact, and because I have some idea about what is the relation between culture and in France we have this question about community, which is not a forbidden word, but almost. And it's very different in North America. So when I'm working with Marie, for example, or some other colleagues, I can confront that we have some very different approach and conversation about EDI. But it's very difficult for me to answer now about this because I would need to make some comparative anthropology for that. And for now, I'm really much about France, so it's difficult. But Nadia, of course, we can discuss about this later.
Definitely. And then I'm going to move on to Dr. David Linkus, also for Dr. Betts. Your closing remarks, you talked about these philosophical terms. And the last one was the place of ignorance, correct? And his question is that libraries need to be humble and understand the institution needs to learn from the community and its culture. And I didn't read it as a question, but put a question mark at the end. So does that mean
I understand.
That? So go ahead.
I'm not very humble as librarian, I think. So I'll say that something in between. I think that the library has to be humble as an institution to learn from its community. So that's for sure. And it's really a big first step to do, but it's more that I think that the library has to put the trouble in the people. So I don't want my users come into the library and say, hey, I want an information and I will find it like this. And I have the truth in the library. I think it's very important to be a place for the doubt and for incertitude and say to the people, hey, it's very difficult. It's a complex problem. You want to know more about, I don't know, democracy? Okay, it's a difficult concept. And have all of this to propose to you and get out of the library. You should feel more ignorant in a way, but in the same time, you feel more able to come to build your own way to live in the world and to take your decision. And that's emancipation for me. So we have to be humble in accepting all the information, but we have to be also very proud to propose this kind of path into ignorance. And I think it's very important, and specifically for scientific knowledge.
Yeah, thank you. The humility, right, of knowledge. There's a comment here, and / question, I would say, but from Vicky Orpiten. She says, as a current high school English teacher in Texas, and and a student of library science, I am so encouraged by this conversation. I've been so disheartened by the pushback against the idea of critical race theory and the misinformation surrounding it. I don't have a question formulated, but I am thankful for your work and your research as a jumping off point in support of teaching and promoting truth and authenticity. Just to, I know we just have a little time left, but I did want to have Mariella talk about, the aspect of critical race theory and in the librarianship work and community work in Chicago, her ideas around that, your ideas around that. I'm not sure if it's happening. And I know Chicago's a very diverse city, majority minority city, if I'm correct. And so just little thoughts behind that, because this is something that's under attack now.
So there are various tenets under critical race theory. It's a huge area that we're trying to encounter on. But really what I really focused on is sort of taking an inventory of what we are already doing, specifically in the tenet of counter narratives, presenting stories that are unheard or missed, and speaking from voices that have been silenced or historically excluded. So what we find is that for 30 years, our cultural committees at the library have already been practicing this with no additional sort of extra funding, and just because they know the import of these stories in their communities and how valuable they are to really elevate those stories overall. So really, it wasn't surprising to me, being a person of color, that we were already doing this, but accounting it against all the other sorts of programming that the library already offers, we find that a lot of those counter narratives are centered just with these cultural committees, usually in conjunction with the nationally recognized heritage months. So I thought that was really interesting, but it's also like sort of a recognition for the staff who have been doing this for 30 years, that you have already been practicing an incredible influential tenet of critical race theory without even being able to, articulate it in a language that people sort of understand. So it was just sort of a lot of this is stuff we already do, stuff we've already had questions, but just validating that they are already practitioners of something they thought they were not, that I thought I was not qualified to even begin to understand. So, and that's a lot to say that to staff, to us practitioners, we to say that we are actually have this theoretical framework that we have already been following without even knowing it.
All right. Yeah, perfect. Thank you for that. And I would say, just to add, I believe Chicago is a unique position where they inhabit that already and have done so for generations, but not so much so reported on. And there's a question here. Well, I'll take the comment first, and this is from Ruprecht Pierre Andre. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but it states here as they state here, as the Mexican librarian Ramon Salabarita puts it. I know I butchered that. Everyone who enters a public library has knowledge. Good libraries take that into consideration, or take a lot of that in consideration. I didn't get the last part, but it puts the onus on us to understand what is represented when it walks in the door, and that's the humility. And so just for, I believe this is the last question. I'm not sure how much time we have left. I'm all over the place, but this is for the panel. And this is from Engström Lisa from Lund University in Sweden. Which parallels do you see in each other's concepts? And she lists them here. They list them here: hospitality, reflection, participation, accessibility, etc. Do you consider these ideas related? If so, how? So the relationality of your different ideas, where do you see these things coming together?
Well, I think say a few words about this. Well, I think we can think about participation effectively as a form of hospitality. If I'm making some relation between the work I'm doing and the one, the idea that Raphael is exploring. We can think of participation as a form of hospitality and also as a form of design of care. And I think that we can see this relation toward a preoccupation to have more attention, to be also to have attention also to the responsibility of the people involved, to the competency also of the people involved, and also an attention to involve the people that are at the center of the designing of the service, the space, the politics, to be involved in the response. And I think one thing that is really close, it's the way that Raphael, I think, addressed the question of hospitality. It's not seen as something that is merely an individual, even though there is also this sense, but hospitality is something that is also a collective concern, a political concern, and we have today to be concerned about the fact that maybe our libraries as structures of hospitality are struggling, to be better as such, or disappearing.
I would like just add something that for me, I did my PhD thesis about participation, and I'm working now about hospitality because for me, something was missing in participation as it is done. But I think that participation and hospitality has a strong connection, but it's more like if we upgrade the participation that is done in library now, it will be hospitality, but for now it's not hospitality. It's just welcoming ideas and so on, and that's not. And just to conclude about responsibility, I said something about Donna Haraway about trouble, and she's speaking about responsibility. She had a H, like responsibility and abilities, and I think that's a wonderful concept that we can. And so I will write it in the chat because my accent is so bad to understand the things.
No, not too bad at all. Thank you. So we have about 2 minutes left, time for one more question. If the panelists have questions for one another, you could raise them at this time. Okay, and I'll just say that it was a pleasure to moderate this panel. I would like to thank all the people behind the scenes, Vanessa Kitsy, David Lincoln for the program, the moderator help, Tessie. Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing such wonderful ideas. I'm invigorated by the work that's presented here, and the philosophical ideas that are coming out of the work in this whole collective prospect, and these ideas that challenge systems, right? Because you're all talking about different systems in context. And I thank you all so very much for this. And I will be in touch with you separately off platform because I've so enjoyed each of your work. And I would like to thank the audience and just send us off to break. But thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gray. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Oh.
And I guess we're now at a coffee break.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you kindly, Dr. Gray, and thank you to everyone for your very inspiring presentations. We will return at 11:40 to continue.
Chai, aka m ji wee ji.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our event today. Wow, what a fabulous day this has been. So informative and helpful, and looking forward to our next panel today, In Society, Theoretical and Conceptual Treatments. And so I'm also now going to turn this over to our moderator, Dr. Abby Phillips, who is here with us today, and she's going to discuss the remainder of the plan for the panel. Thank you all.
Hello, my name is Abigail Phillips, and I'll be the moderator for this panel. We'll have, our schedule will look like, oh, here's all our papers. Our schedule will look like for just 5 minutes, we'll do the intros, and then we'll move on to questions and then final thoughts and a Q&A. Sorry, my cat is being disruptive. Our first paper is Libraries as Pluralistic Public Spheres, Acknowledging Conflict to Promote Democratic Discourse by Lisa Instrom at Lund University. Information's Intersections, Mis- and Disinformation at the Convergence of Critical Information, Critical Pedagogy, and Critical Race Theory, Don Wayne Simmons Jr. at SUNY Westchester Community College, and Laura Saunders at Simmons University. And Informational Sustainability in Libraries, Enhancing More Inclusive, Egalitarian, and Sustainable Services by Gwenelson Giraldo, Gigi, and Marley Diaz de Sousa Pinto, MP at Federal University of Santa Catarina. And Managing Without Capitalism, Transforming Library Leaderships in Service of Anti-Racism, Inclusion, and Equity, Heather Salina at Maryland Institute College of Art. So with that, we'll move on to ask the panelists, what is the problem your work identifies?
Okay, should I start then? Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm really happy to be here, and I just listened to the last session, which was so interesting. Yes, but the problem my work identifies is the assumption that public libraries simply are open for all. Of course, the accessibility is a fundamental feature of public libraries, and it is highlighted in library policies. And the accessibility at public libraries is also an essential aspect emphasized by the rich flora of library and information studies research that utilize Habermas' concept of public sphere. And this research points to how libraries enable interpersonal meetings between people with different lifestyles and background, and thereby promote democracy, participation, and not least inclusion. However, this symposia in itself is an argument against this proclaimed openness, because as we have listened to presentations by witness of exclusion and unequal access to library services for different groups of users. So in my article draft, I explore the assumption of openness and participation underlying research on the library as public sphere, and I reflect on adverse effects of promoting inclusion. And the reason for doing so is that I fear that a one-eyed focus on inclusion tends to silence marginalized groups and also to give prominence to the hegemonic culture. And in addition, I investigate possible implications of replacing the idea of the library as one single public sphere with an acknowledgement of existing inequalities and agonistic conflicts, aiming at making room for a plurality of public spheres. So I guess you could say that my argument is that when libraries are referred to as actually accessible to all, excluding practices and arrangements are disguised and marginalized groups risks being silenced. And this highlights that the question, who is included, needs to be addressed when libraries are put forth as palaces for the people. And this question, of course, also reaches beyond the borders of the library, because it's a question on who is included in society. And as you may know, Nancy Fraser critiques Habermas' notion of public sphere, since it put disparities in brackets, as if participants in a discourse are social equals, when factors such as gender, ethnicity, disabilities, and socioeconomic status always have excluded persons from the public sphere. And in addition, Fraser emphasized that the public sphere neither historically nor today consists of a single unified sphere, but many. And this also relates to how Chantal Mouffe emphasized the need to acknowledge the ever-present potentiality of antagonism, as she says. And Mouffe also says that this antagonism, it originates from real conflicts of interest in society. So she therefore proposes the concept agonism to enable a pluralistic democracy with adversaries in this context of potential antagonism. So therefore, in my analysis, I utilize Fraser's critique alongside Chantal Mouffe's concept agonism to elaborate, explore, and reflect on how to understand public libraries and also libraries' democratic potential in society today. Thus, I explore the library as a place enabling multiple public spheres where different groups can strengthen their social identity and also make claims of power.
So I guess it's my turn to present or to address the issues at hand, well, the issues that we present, especially within our video and our document. So misinformation and disinformation runs rampant throughout a lot of our online web sources, and looking at a lot of the information that we have access to critically is very important. Our role as librarians, no matter to what degree, we try to instill the practices of information literacy to our students, which is how to find information, how to evaluate it, and how to then utilize it and do it in a way where it's responsible and to do it in an effective way, whether it's for your personal use or your academic use. Now, we live also in a very complex digital news era, and there's a lot, again, of information that's thrown at us. So when we look at the misinformation, disinformation, and hateful rhetoric that follows on a lot of our online platforms, the question is why? Why does that information exist? And who are the systems, or what are the systems that control a lot of this circulated info throughout these platforms and throughout these organizations? And an example of that was the 60-minute interview by the Facebook whistleblower that highlighted that Facebook as an entity intentionally circulated and allowed a lot of this information to be on these platforms because it was generating a lot of money. There's a lot of corporation interest involved in that process. And as we start to look at the different components of systems of information, we notice through a critical lens, therefore critical information literacy, that there is a socio-political and economic issue and also interest that is involved within the fabric of all institutions and all systems, which include information literacy and the data that we receive day to day. And as we try to implement this in the classroom, it's pivotal that students have a perspective on what that looks like. Now, when it comes to the intersection or the parallel connection with critical race theory, it's important to highlight the importance of how both mesh together. With critical race theory, similar to critical information literacy, we have to understand that it's not a condemnation on a group of people. We have to highlight and really focus on the aspects of history, politics, and class systems and how they're embedded in the fabric and legislative aspects of our country. And this spreads throughout all institutions, including the institutions of information. So with that being said, I'm going to pass the mic to my colleague so Laura Saunders can talk more about the critical pedagogical practices of all of these different themes and topics.
Thanks, Don. So as Don said, my part here is to just kind of supplement what he said around critical information literacy and critical race theory, because part of our perspective in our presentation is that we're asking librarians to engage with some really complex systems, and not just to engage with them themselves, but to actually teach their patrons how to understand these things. And one of the challenges is that librarians, like faculty members, typically are not taught how to teach. So we go through our educational programs and we don't necessarily learn about learning theory and pedagogy. And one of the challenges is not just that we're not necessarily learning instructional design methods and how to be engaging in the classroom, but we're not necessarily understanding the critical aspects of pedagogy either. So we have theorists like Bordeaux and Freire who have pointed out that the current systems of education, certainly in the United States, tend to replicate oppressive systems. And while Freire and Bordeaux tended to focus on class systems, more recent theorists like Bell Hooks and Jimenez have been also looking at the ways in which different ways of knowing, especially by race and ethnicity and gender and so on, have often been devalued in the classroom. So one of the challenges is if, as potential instructors, we are not learning anything about critical pedagogy, we are fairly likely to replicate the systems in which we were taught and therefore continue with those oppressive systems. So I think one of the problems that we're trying to uncover is the extent to which librarians are really being prepared to engage in critical pedagogy, which has that focus on empowering students, empowering learners, and helping them develop agency. And then for myself, to take it even one step further back, because I am an LIS faculty member and I teach graduate students who are going to become librarians, some of my more recent research has shown that I've been working with employers to better understand what they're looking for when they're hiring new librarians. And I've heard a lot about professional skills. And that raises a lot of questions around whether things that are sort of fall under this category of professional skills, like professional writing and time management, and even the way that people present in job interviews and things like that, are all often coded in whiteness. And whether we are being expected to now replicate that with our librarians by teaching them that those are the appropriate ways to engage in the profession. So I'm going to stop there. And I think that kind of identifies where Don and I are.
Okay, we can move on to Glenelson.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for Mr. Lanks, and thank you very much for Ms. Tammy and Mr. Michael for all email support. I'm so glad for being here, but it's a big challenge because English is not my usual language. But let's start. We have a research project in postgraduate program Information Science, coordinated by Professor Marli Dias Souza Pinto at the Federal University of Santa Catarina in Southern Brazil. And our proposal is to think of the new librarianship more inclusive, plural, egalitarian, and sustainable. Highlight the proposal of informational sustainability. You know, many people think libraries only promote the storage, organization, and availability of books. But libraries have a wider range of services with the potential for transformation, social change, and knowledge sharing for the community. And the question is how to highlight the potential of library service for society. How to make the library more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. With this, we defend the proposal to discuss actions and services that are in line with concept informational sustainability. Because information sustainability refers to information resource that facilitate integration and participation in global goals and in support the process of transforming society in dimensions of sustainable development. And this way, informational sustainability aims both to promote mobilization to achieve global goals, such as the current UN 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals, as well as to offer more responsible and sustainable information technologies. But for that, we need to understand what a sustainable organization is, what a sustainable library is, because many librarians, and I say this from experience in Brazil, when they hear about sustainable organization, they just think about environmental dimension. But organization and sustainable libraries offer service actions that contemplate all dimensions of sustainability, such as social, economic, cultural, educational, informational, and of course, the environmental dimension as well. Anyway, our proposal is a future and the new truly sustainable librarianship.
Thank you so much. We have a little bit of time left. Heather?
Hi, I'm excited to talk with you all today on the panel and have this discussion. So I'm Heather Slania, and I am Director of Decker Library at the Maryland Institute College of Art. So I'm coming to this as a practitioner, not an academic. And I'm living and working on the land of the Susquehannock people and the unceded lands of the Piscataway and Nanticoke peoples in what is now Baltimore, Maryland. And I thank the Lumbee and Cherokee communities who now make Baltimore their home, as well as those in Black resistance movements, both past and present. And so here's what I'm here to talk about today. After last year and the murder of George Floyd, I saw so many well-meaning white people in formal library leadership positions in the US really flailing and not knowing what to do besides creating reading lists and social media posts. And I'm sure a lot of people, particularly Black, Indigenous, and people of color, probably find it impossible that those in those formal leadership positions don't know what to do. And unfortunately, I can tell you, it seems like most of those white library leaders aren't reading all the great articles and statements and discussions from BIPOC in libraries. And if they are, they don't know what to do because fundamentally it goes against what they have learned and what they're being asked to do in their jobs. So here's essentially the problem. Almost all library leadership and management training is through business schools, business faculty, or revolves around business ideas and concepts. Business schools, business professors, and their ideologies support and reinforce capitalism. Capitalism and modern business practices were developed in the practice of colonialism and slavery. So capitalism is innately racist, and so the two are completely intertwined. It is then impossible to use business practices, right, to create more equitable and less racist institutions. Therefore, current library leadership and management training reinforces racism and white supremacy. So, and until formal and informal leaders learn and use non-business leadership models and reject white supremacy culture in the US, our libraries will never be diverse, equitable, inclusive, or anti-racist. So even though we attest that authority is constructed and contextual, generally librarians still gravitate and ask others to gravitate towards peer review sources rather than non-academic sources. There are other leadership concepts and models out there through the activist community, particularly Black community organizers, that are actually suited to leading in resistance to racism and capitalism. And that is where we should turn. And just before I end, I want to quickly acknowledge that the international audience, and I know that it's impossible to talk about racism in a universal way, and how things manifest are different in the US versus even another majority white country. However, I'm hoping that some of the ideas and potential pathways are applicable, and I hope there's use of this for people who don't come from the same context.
Thank you, Heather. And we'll move on to our second question. We have about 10 minutes to talk about what do your findings and observations tell us about the future of libraries and librarianship as related to the symposia topic of post-neutrality. And we can start with Don and Laura.
So I think when it comes to post-neutrality, especially connecting it to theme that we're focusing on, it's important that instruction continues to evolve because we want to make sure that the inclusivity part is always there. And making sure that it's inclusive, making sure that students have the right resources is pivotal. And to gear it back to critical information literacy, just for a quick second, there are so many different aspects that are highlighted with all of these different themes that we're discussing. So as we kind of, especially with critical info lit, subjects like information privilege, and even online, when we look at search engine algorithms, those are aspects that students must be familiar with, because with information privilege and how marginalized voices, even through academic publishing, people of color, aren't necessarily highlighted within the results that students have access to, it's important that that accessibility or accessibility of information, that students know that is crucial. And even when we look at search engine algorithms, these algorithms have been set or have been made by, for the most part, white Anglo-Saxon men. So the results will be skewed, and the results will then give patrons, especially students, skewed results. There was a study done by Sadia Noble, who is a professor of communication at the University of Southern California, who did a study on Google and how information, especially when it pertained to groups of people like Black girls, Latin girls, Asian girls, the results would be sexually explicit, and they were highly offensive and derogatory in terms of those group of people, rather than sources that would reflect positively on those group of people. So for that study, which Google then, after she published her work in 2018, fixed that issue, resolved that issue, we now have to move forward by highlighting those ailments. And we have to do that in the classroom, especially if we want to move in a progressive direction.
And if I could just follow up a little bit on what Dawn said, I think that from a critical pedagogy perspective, I think there's a couple of things, but the first is that just as we're recognizing that information literacy, information and information literacy are not neutral goods or entities, we likewise have to recognize that teaching is not a neutral action, and that as soon as we step into the classroom, that there are power dynamics and there are those historical and socially cultural systems that we are operating within. And so I think that what this means for the future of librarianship, again, is that our librarians really need to have some grounding in all of those historical cultural frameworks, so that they can then understand, and the pedagogical framework, so that they can then understand how they can push back on them and challenge them while they are teaching. And so they can understand better how the choices they make in terms of how they set up their classrooms, the teaching activities that they might engage in, the assessments that they might use, are all going to be structured in such a way that may and probably will value certain kinds of knowledge over other kinds of knowledge, and certain kinds of experience over other kinds of experience. And so part of it is learning to be reflective, so that we're continually critically asking ourselves, why are we doing things a certain way? Who might we be including and who might we be excluding? And thinking about what might be some other ways. And I think just to kind of get back to build on what Heather said, just as library managers are sometimes relying on a lot of the, and as Dawn said, the information that we're getting that is often created and preferenced, created by white people and white men maybe in particular, and then preferenced by the systems. It's the same thing with educational literature. And so we have to really learn how to get out there and find other sources of information, additional sources of information to build our frameworks.
Move on to Glenelson. Glenelson.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we think that libraries, and of course also librarians, need to be connected with the needs of society. That is to promote a more secure, egalitarian, plural, and inclusive society, give opportunities to all people everywhere. And libraries can, and I shouldn't be institutions that help people, society, and humans to achieve these things. And the International Federation of Libraries Associations and Institutions, since in 2014, through the Lyon Declaration on Access to Information and Development, has been working to mobilize the entire World Library category to promote access to information with the objective of transforming a safer and equitable, inclusive, and sustainable society. And of course, to ensure that everyone has access to and is able to understand, use it, and share the information necessary to promote sustainable development and democratic societies. As well as starting in 2016, supporting the UN 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals through the IFLA's International Advocacy Program, which has also been very well disseminated in Brazil by our Brazilian Federation of Libraries Associations. Finally, we believe that currently libraries and librarians must rethink the service actions and projects, giving support to transformation of a more responsible society. Also must fight to more egalitarian, inclusive, and sustainable public policies. Through the security and quality and responsible access to information, you can help this transformation, all right.
Thank you so much. And Heather?
Yeah. So, in terms of like that transformation, right? Like I want no less than to completely change how we approach leadership concepts and stuff like that through library education, through our own institutions education, how we relate to each other, changing hierarchies within libraries. I see myself as very much like a wedge, right? And I'm trying to like wedge myself in and then build space, teach people how to identify like white supremacy culture and all these other things that make up libraries, and begin to build an actual collective sort of way of being, which is completely different than how libraries tend to function and how people are used to functioning within systems and organizations. It's much slower and it's complex, and people aren't comfortable with it, right? And that's not to also say the challenges and issues of like how workplaces have traumatized people, especially by POC, right? So there's all of this kind of intermixed here. But I see leaders in formal positions like myself really needing to self-educate until like more of this information is out there, and that sort of stuff is in what I wrote, and we're supplementing sort of like the Harvard business concepts with something like Adrienne Marie Brown's emergent strategy, which is, I think, a text every person in the library should read, honestly. So I'm wanting a completely different library and system. If we don't do it, then we're going to fail at our EDI objectives.
Thank you. And Lisa?
Yes, my findings point to the importance of not take accessibility and openness in libraries for granted. And it also stresses the need for acknowledging the historical as well as the present societal context of inequality and discrimination, which all of us are talking about today, and to acknowledge that it's part of public libraries today. And when the library's role to foster social inclusion and common norms and values is put forth, then aspects of power relating to cultural differences tends to be overlooked. And even though existing segregation and a diversity of culture and values and interests are considered in this LIS research, it does not discuss the often prevalent hierarchies of culture. And as Nancy Fraser says, that in stratified societies, unequally empowered social groups tend to develop unequally valued cultural styles. And that is something to remember in this, in relation to this. And I guess that more recent research on libraries as community builders has a slightly more explorative and problematizing approach in relation to how libraries are described as public spheres. But I argue in my text that the postulated democratic role of the library is the same in this research, and that role is to contribute to overcome potential conflicts and segregation by forming these unified public spheres in which persons of different lifestyles can interact with each other and foster mutual understanding and tolerance. And the aim to reach a rational consensus is highlighted. And in an unequal society, which we live in today, where different cultural expressions and norms are hierarchically structured, the aim of developing tolerance and shared values risks to individualize a structural problem and also to enhance the binary of us and them. So when inclusion is propagated in this context, it therefore risks to reinforce hegemonic power and to stand in the way of agonistic discourse. So I guess also there is a connection here between maybe my paper and what I hear from Don and Laura about this, to kind of what do we mean with inclusion, on whose terms, and can we have a kind of critical and reflecting approach to the concept, and what would that mean? Yeah.
Thank you so much. And for our last, well, not really question, but we have about 10 minutes for final thoughts and ideas. Glenelson, we'll start with you. Oh, I think you're muted.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. Well, our idea is to mobilize the librarian category and to transform and promote a new librarianship that rethinks its social work for society, and that truly support the global goals, along with which international and national libraries associations, and who seeks to know better what a sustainable organization is, what means to offer sustainable information service, and what a sustainable institute are. Is in the line in which informational sustainability, because sustainable development must take place with a framework based on human rights through the offers of skills, education, and inclusion of all people and everywhere. Equitable access to information, freedom of expression, freedom of association, and privacy must be promoted, protected, and respected, fundamental to all individuals' independence. And finally, IFLA's new president, Barbara Leeson, stated that the new proposal is libraries building a sustainable future. Libraries building a sustainable future. So let's go together to make a new, truly sustainable librarianship with informational sustainability.
Pass it on to Heather.
So this came up in the last session, and I heartily agree, because it's also the core of sort of what I would like to see, is that libraries really need to be humble and be led by the community and by people who have engaged in community organizing and activist training. We actually don't do leadership well. We don't do caring for each other well. So let us learn by those who are doing that work in the world, and have us really be in that space of each one of us learning and understanding new ways of doing things and structuring ourselves.
Move on and pass it on to Lisa.
Yes. Some final thoughts then. To sum up kind of my argument and drawing on Fraser and Muff, I identify two main risks with a consensus-oriented starting point. And firstly, it's that marginalized groups may be silenced when inclusion and shared values are emphasized rather than plurality. And secondly, it's when cultural and social hierarchies are ignored, the others are turned into enemies and antagonism replaces agonism. Therefore, I argue that consensus should not be seen as a self-evidently and necessarily positive outcome of democratic processes. And this, of course, does not devalue neither democratic processes nor the role of libraries in these. On the contrary, it stresses the need to continue the investigation and discussion on how to facilitate a pluralistic democracy in which marginalized and discriminated groups can use the library to strengthen their voices and counteract hegemonic power. And in addition, it highlights the question on how a library that facilitates agonistic conflicts and multiple public spheres can be conceptualized and practiced. And if we should kind of, what does it mean in practice? And I think, for example, it means that we don't always need to promote meetings and this between users with different backgrounds and lifestyles as the self-evident goal. For example, sometimes the library may need to facilitate activities for a certain group of users, such as LGBTQ youths, so that they can strengthen their identity to raise their voice in the library as well as in society in general. So in a context in which we understand each other from an agonistic point of view, the library can become an arena where the formulation of community interests can be negotiated and revalued and contested, and also reinvented over and over again, simultaneously as individuals and groups use the library space to formulate their common interests to claim their rights.
And pass it on to Dawn and Laura.
So I would just like to highlight that the centerpiece for critical pedagogy is knowing that instruction and teaching is a part of politics, and it's a political act in a way, and it's an act of you teaching the information, but then looking at information through a critical lens, which then spews different aspects of how you pedagogically set up your framework of instruction. But the important aspect is to know that you're teaching students not only the historical aspects, and in this lens, critical information literacy, the social and political aspects of information, but the ways in which people can now identify that and then act upon it. That's the drive for all of these different instructional methods. The reason why we really wanted to highlight critical race theory, to have that embedded within our research and our findings, is because the similarities are stark, not even stark, but they highlight stark issues, especially when we look at how race is embedded in a lot of different systems that we operate. And as instructors, as librarians, and as the times change, as the information landscape continues to evolve, we have to evolve with our instruction as well, because there are many things to highlight. And if we can be honest with how every aspect of us as people, even the systems that we work with, has bias, it allows us to now have a better edge in terms of what we teach to students. Because when they identify why the information is being created and how it's being distributed to the platform of online sources, or even just through their day-to-day, they'll have a better understanding on how to evaluate anything that they receive, whether it's something that they do research on personally or it's through their academic work. And now moving forward, it's important for instructors to navigate that space, whether you're working at a four-year institution or a community college, which I myself teach at a community college. So when we're teaching one-shot sessions, it's sometimes difficult to include all of this within our practice of just teaching students how to access databases, how to access different tools on our library homepage. It's making sure and ensuring that this is included within the instruction so students can have a better advantage on navigating this very complex digital space.
Thanks. And I would just wrap up by saying that I think what we need to do, what we want to do, is exactly what we're doing here today, right? Which is just asking these questions and forcing ourselves, encouraging ourselves to just reflect on what are the current systems that we're operating under, what are the current assumptions that we're operating under, and what are the barriers that those assumptions and systems create, and then how can we do them differently. And so for what Dawn and I are looking at, I think it's in particular asking those questions about the information systems themselves, and then asking them about how we're teaching these things in the classroom. So what are the assumptions that are underlying our information literacy instruction, and do those assumptions reflect where we really want to be, or do we need to think about it in some other way? With that said, you know, as I'm sitting here thinking about all of this right now and listening to all of these other discussions that have been happening today, what I'm struck by is that while I think it's true that we're not making the strides that we want to make at the system level in librarianship, at least certainly not in the United States, I think what we're seeing in these presentations is that there are some really great pockets of work being done, right? Like, I love all of the questions that Lisa was raising about inclusion and the way that our discourse around inclusion actually creates exclusion, right? But I'm also thinking about like the work that Don is doing at Westchester Community College. And I mean, he's really taking a leadership role there to try and infuse critical information literacy instruction into the program, even despite the barriers or, you know, the hurdles that you face when you're trying to do this on an invitation basis, on an, you know, one-shot session basis. And so I guess all I want to say is that I wonder, like, what are the ways, and I think the symposium is one way to try and surface that good work that's being done and find some way to make it, maybe kind of like what Geraldo was saying, make it more sustainable so that it becomes more systemic.
Wonderful. And now we have comments and questions from the audience. We already have a couple of, I can see some questions and comments going on, but first we have one for Heather. Since capitalism is fundamental to American self-image, national identity, I wonder how Ms. Selena suggests our profession address the myth that is considered fact.
I mean, it is a huge issue, right? And I think about this all the time because those informal leadership positions, right, are you know, you have to choose to not do your job sometimes, or to, you know, again, be that wedge that gives you more space so that others can kind of come in and do even more work, right? And, you know, we are at a disadvantage, right? Because we're working against this larger system. However, that doesn't mean we should stop working, right? It just means that we need to be more conscious about when and where these ideas about capitalism show up, right? So I reference this in my paper, but Caitlin Rosenthal has this great book, Accounting for Slavery, which is basically illustrates how like all the modern practices we use today came up then, right? And so, you know, again, if that's the case, then we have to really problematize that and, you know, not take that as just like, oh, that's just our world. No, we have to see it and name it, and then we can work against it. But, you know, with its like whiteness, right? So long like unseen and unnamed, right? It's hard to then create strategies to do something different. But once you see the issues before you, you can more easily do something different.
And we have another question. I think this is to everyone. Currently in the US, school librarians are under attack at an alarming rate by parents and school boards. In this current contentious climate, if equity and inclusion is possible, or in this current contentious climate, is equity and inclusion is possible? I think that's the question. I think I butchered that.
Well, let me jump in just because that question really resonates with me for a couple of reasons. First, because I happen to have children who, one just graduated from the public school system and one is still in the public school system. And, you know, I was reading this morning in the paper about how the Republican governor's win in Virginia has been now framed as a parental rights win. And I think that it really is problematic. And I think I'm hesitant to say too much because all of the work that I've done has been in higher education, where we have all of the protections of tenure and academic freedom and things like that. And so I'm looking at this very much externally, but I think it's absolutely true that, you know, we're seeing this movement in the United States where people, and it's in particular like white and maybe like mixed between working and middle class parents, who are trying to use this issue to hold on to these oppressive practices within the education system. And when those things are legislated, I mean, it's exactly like what Heather is talking about, I think, except that, you know, in the business world, these are practices that might be hard to change, but when it's legislated, it makes it almost impossible for people to do their job. The one thing that I can think is that school librarians might have some flexibility in the sense that they're not class, you know, it depends. I mean, I think it varies a lot from place to place, but in some of the schools that I've been familiar with, they don't have quite the same classroom responsibility as regular classroom teachers. And so they may have some flexibility in terms of choosing what goes into a collection and stuff like that. But I think what we're seeing is that the challenges are happening across the board at every level.
Just to follow real quick with what Laura said, and she mentioned a plethora of points that are very much relatable and something that hits home to a lot of us, because we want to include all of these things within our instruction, depending on the different institutions that we work for. What's important to also understand is that a lot of this parent or angry patron like pushback that we receive is a lack of understanding, or the willingness to not understand, which it is what it is. But when it comes to instruction, I think the steps to, with precision, address all of these issues in a way where it's easily consumable to not only students, but to parents, and to break down these concepts where people can gravitate towards them step by step. I think that's the important part. The work should continue to push forward, but I think being in a area, in a geographic location where it is predominantly conservative and a lot of these concepts are thrown to the wayside because of triggering words like critical, it's important to encourage anyone who doesn't necessarily advocate for a lot of these instructional frameworks to attend and or listen. And then it's up to us as librarians, especially within our modalities of teaching, whether it's in the classroom or outside or at these events, to really break down, again, in an easily consumable way, these heavy topics, so then we can move forward and try to branch off to the different EDI concepts that we're highlighting today.
And we're just about at the end of our panel. Thank you everyone for your wonderful comments and thoughts. And thank you to the audience for these great questions.
Yes, thank you all so very kindly. We do have another break now until 12:45 before we come back for our final panel for today. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our event today. We are to our final panel, today's presentation, with our moderator, Kevin Mallory from Western Carolina University. And so I'll ask Kevin now to introduce the panelists and the panel.
Thank you so much, Clayton. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. And today, our panelists for this session are in our first group of panelists. We welcome Daniel DeMonico from the University of Michigan, as well as Kai Odenda and Victoria Wagner of Rutgers University. And these panelists are going to be discussing their work, Libraries Advancing Social Justice and Improving the Healthcare of the LGBTQAI+. And second, representing Texas Women's University, we're pleased to have Sarah De La Rosa, Aaron Elkins, Tulip Majumdar, Vicki Orpton, Rachel Simons, and Andrew Vierkant, who are presenting their work, Minimizing Harm While Maximizing Engagement, using identity affinity groups to engage with diversity, equity, and inclusion topics in LIS courses. And third, we welcome Marie Erickson of the Bevica Foundation, who will be sharing the presentation, Library Information and Communication, Invitation or Barrier to the Public Space. And last but certainly not least, welcome to Ian Henninger, liaison librarian from the University of Canada West, as well as Dr. Nadia Kaidi, professor in the University of Toronto's iSchool. And Ian and Nadia are going to be sharing Doing Justice to Language in the Library Beyond Signage and Collections. So welcome so much to our panelists. And before I continue, what I would like to remind everyone is about the logistics. So we'll have 3 rounds of questions, with each round lasting 10 minutes. And finally, there's an audience-led discussion for the final 20 minutes of our session. And throughout, I really encourage everyone to participate, to make the most of our time together and to make it conversational. And you're welcome to pose your questions using the chat function. And during the final portion of our session, the questions that you type into the chat will be posed to the panelists. And so there'll be some great discussion. And so without further ado, I would like to go ahead and start us off and go ahead and ask some questions here of our esteemed panelists. So the first question I have is, what is the problem that your work identifies? And so just to ensure that everyone has a chance to respond to this question and others, I would encourage each panelist to keep their response to approximately 2-3 minutes. And what I would like to do is begin by asking that question to Victoria in our first group.
Thank you. So our Humanities and Medicine series was created to address two major problems. First, to recognize the existence of discrimination and bias towards transgender and gender nonconforming individuals in the healthcare setting, in health systems, and indeed everywhere. To emphasize that patient-centered care is the underlying purpose of our health systems, and that really compels health professionals to gain a better understanding of all of the communities that they serve. The second big problem that we hope to solve was that there really are limited opportunities in medical and professional education to incorporate cultural competency concepts, to integrate community organizations, and to approach interdisciplinary topics with a humanities or social science lens. I mean, the good news is that in medical education and across all health care professions, it's sort of baked in that you will do lifelong learning. The expectation is you're always expected to keep abreast with what's going on. You need to know the latest clinical practice guidelines, the latest drug therapies. And so the mindset of I'm always learning is at least already there. So that was the good news. What was unique for us was introducing programming, events, and speakers that really came at a topic in a much different way than our audience is really used to. There's a lot of in training, what they call a standardized patient, which is a very basic outline of a patient's background and experiences. And all of our programming really allowed for marginalized voices to present personal narratives where social, cultural, sexual, and health contexts were revealed in very, very personal ways, which it really was a powerful pedagogical tool to not only increase empathy, but an understanding and a recognition of these experiences, diverse ways of knowing and navigating the world, and understanding and indeed revealing systemic barriers that exist in healthcare settings. So we really wanted to give healthcare professionals and trainees an opportunity to understand the intersectionality of their patients' identity, how gender, race, ability, disability, occupation, as well as social determinants of health, health disparities, the challenges, the availability or lack of availability of family and community support. All of these play a role in patients' health, in decisions for creating a plan for their healthcare, and indeed affect how they navigate the health systems. So the problem we identified was bringing a new educational opportunity to our community to think about, to hear about these experiences, and to be able to reflect on them in a different pedagogical approach.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for sharing. So next, what I would like to do is talk to Sarah's group and our second group of presenters, where, so what is the problem that your work identifies?
Dr. Elkins and Dr. Simons, would you care to explain it?
Sure. I think we have had this multicultural librarianship course that had been in the books for a long time and really needed to be updated, and we had to figure out how to do that as two white academics in a way that would not reproduce, traumatizing structures. And so Dr. Simons and I worked together, and we co-taught the course for the first semester, and we tried to use our knowledge and our intentionality to approach this from a very humble kind of place, to make sure that we were being very mindful in everything that we were doing, and that we created a structure for the course that recognized our students' agency, but also, provided protection for our students of color. So, Dr. Simons, do you have anything else to add, or? Oh, you're muted.
I'll just say that, yeah, I think that for us, the problem is, how do we create these kind of supporting learning spaces to talk about really difficult topics around race and identity and gender and all of those issues, while also allowing different perspectives to interact. And we were very aware that our students from marginalized groups may have different needs than our students from more privileged groups. And so how can we kind of balance those two things? And we were especially sensitive to the idea that if we created those kind of spaces using the idea of affinity groups for the identities, that this might make our students hyper visible, or might make them a target for some of the other students in the group, especially white students in the group. And definitely also avoiding this reaction that some of our white students had initially of, oh no, we don't want to have separate groups, that's segregation. So how do we overcome that? Those were some of the problems that we see in addressing these within LIS courses, not just our class, but in the field more generally. And I think some of our students, we brought our students, and I think some of them also want to share kind of their thoughts on this issue.
All right, fantastic, fantastic. So for your students who are here, would you want to kind of chime in and just talk about your experience?
Sure. I'll start it. Go ahead, Andrew.
When I first came into the multiculturalism class and heard about the affinity groups that were being set up, I was really hoping for a better understanding of the history of social justice in the library system and how it is still being treated and utilized today. And I think these affinity groups really helped to bring about a lot of guided conversation, and it really opened us all up to not only our differences, but also the things that we had in common and our intersections within the library system as well.
Awesome, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Andrew, for kind of sharing that perspective on this important work. So Marie, tell us a little bit about your work and the problem that you're trying to address with your work?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Yes, I've been exploring library information and communication in a universal design context. I come from 10 years of being a practitioner in the public libraries, working with people with disabilities mostly. And for many people with disabilities, preparing for an outing like a trip to the library starts with intensive preparation, like information retrieval about the route and the venue, phone calls, and so on. And so before leaving their homes and meeting the actual physical library, they'll meet the library online. And oftentimes when we talk about universal design and accessibility in an information context, we talk about accessible formats. And these are also the aspects that will show up in legislation and guidelines. And these topics are super important. I cannot stress enough how important they are. But when we're working with universal design and the goals of inclusion and wellness and so on, I wondered if these accommodations were enough to achieve the goals of universal design. One of the first mentions of universal design, Ron Mays describes universal design as a way of designing things that are both attractive and functional for all people, and to remove expensive special labels and institutional design. And so with that in mind, I surveyed a lot of library websites and did interviews with the young people with physical disabilities. And what we found, or rather what we didn't find, was we actually did not find one event description from a library that had information about accessibility to the event or the venue. We also found a lot of library websites that not on the website had any information about the accessibility, or very little information. And then we also found websites that had very good information, but in those cases, it was often very separate from the general information, and it was very institutional looking. Think blue and white colors, wheelchair logo, and so on. And so I actually, what I wanted to find out was how did this affect these young people when and their ability or desire to attend cultural events and programs at libraries. And all of the interviews started out saying that the event itself, the topic of the event, or what was going to happen, the music, the content was the more important. But during the conversations, it was clear that they were super influenced by the information that was available. If the information was hard to find or out of the way, they were reluctant to trust the information on what they call forgotten pages. They also experienced that the information aimed at them was separate from the general information. And one of my interviewees said that accessibility information on library web pages was like a whole different world from that of the library for other people. And oftentimes they mirrored the experience they had with the information onto the expectations of the library itself. So if the information was separate or faulty or lacking, they expected their experience at an event to be lacking also. And it made them feel like they were not a priority for the library. And they were also frustrated using time to find the information, and then realizing that they couldn't use the information and they would have to find other sources or call the venue. On the other hand, in the cases where text, words, or pictures, or details were well thought out, it made them feel like they were welcome, like someone had cared if they could attend. And that could be stumbling upon the right information, useful information, but also if the graphics and the pictures mirrored the rest of the website, or language used showed that the person that had written it had cared enough to learn a little about the area. So I guess the problem that my work identifies is that information provided by libraries is often not functional and attractive, and it often have an institutional or special feel to it. And that creates an additional barrier to participate for people with disabilities. And that we might miss out on an opportunity to bridge the barriers, the physical barriers, but also mental and social barriers that could be done with the good or the right information.
Fantastic, thank you, thank you. And then we have Ian and Nadia. So tell us both about your work and what problem that your work seeks to address.
Yeah, certainly. Maybe I'll start off. So we're interested in addressing a problem that we see as kind of a lack of attention to languages as one of the many factors affecting equity, diversity, and inclusion in libraries. And not only what we think of as different languages, but also variation within languages, such as dialects and accents and the judgment that comes along with that. And we focus on this because the dominance of different languages in different contexts can create barriers to access to EDI and to identity formation and validation. So part of our argument is that languages have power, that they're not neutral, that they're part of culture, identity, and that they can be part of the struggle for social justice. Language is in many ways part of supporting, validating people's identities. And certainly for many people in at least Canada and the US, where we're from, English is validated and supported both at home and when abroad. But we don't see other languages receiving the same consideration, like what Marie was talking about, that people want to feel like someone cares enough about them or about their language, their culture. And I'm sorry to see Lana isn't here to talk about the paper on decolonizing the school library, because I thought that paper, I encourage everyone to read it, provided some really good examples of this with reference to Te Reo Maori, which was banned as a language of instruction in New Zealand. And we've also seen English dominance, linguistic discrimination in Canada and the US with Spanish, French, Indigenous languages, and other language groups. So we kind of propose, taking a more holistic approach to linguistic issues. The idea of linguistic justice is kind of a framework to work within. And we have a video that covers this in a bit more depth that's also hosted on the New Librarianship website. Nadia, would you like to add anything?
I think you've covered the basis in, thank you. As you mentioned, maybe just to add that as an example, both In and I we live and we work on the traditional and unceded lands of several Indigenous communities, each with their own languages. So our lives are intertwined with the history of Indigenous people and immigrant communities as well. And that includes suppression and destruction of some of these languages, as well as this ongoing work to sustain and revitalize those languages by and with Indigenous people. So this is the problem that our work addresses, which is this recognition that languages have power, that they are important to culture and identity, and that for too long in LIS, we have not really included languages as part of these kind of visible dimensions that we often include under EDI. So libraries are incredibly linguistic spaces. They have textual content such as collections and signage and websites and catalogs. They also have verbal content in areas such as programming and reference interactions. So ours is probably an invitation to look at multilingualism, which is kind of the existence of different languages in our lives, as well as variation within languages, and to really pay attention to what this would mean for library practice and library development. And we both feel that the role of libraries in these conversations have been largely lacking. And that language, once again, is rarely included in discussions around equity, diversity, and inclusion. And we need to attend to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm loving the conversation so far and the overlap that I think we're all kind of connecting dots here. It's great discussion. So let me ask another question. And so what do your findings and your observations tell us about the future of libraries and librarianship as related to the overarching topic of our symposia, which is on post-neutrality. So how about Sarah's group? Would you guys like to start us off?
Yeah, let's have some of the other people who haven't spoke yet, if you want to talk about how your experience in the course maybe was helpful in thinking of addressing issues like post-neutrality with librarianship.
Okay. What excited me about the class was that something like this existed. I wasn't optimistic based on my first couple of semesters in library information science about the conversation that I thought was really essential as far as equity, inclusion, and intersectionality. But at this point, and I can't remember what specific semester it was, I had reached kind of a level of fatigue with teaching people about equity and inclusion. I felt like there was a strong weight and like expectation that people of color, other marginalized people lead those conversations. And so I was really thankful for the affinity spaces. As soon as it was mentioned, I like privately emailed my professor and was like, please, please, please put me in an affinity space. And it just gave me an opportunity to feel like I didn't have to start at zero with the conversation. I think that's like this whole symposium has been so refreshing because it's nice to see people who are actively taking an interest and taking action and informing themselves and informing others about these things that are so essential. And being in Texas, which makes the news regularly for doing the opposite, right? It just can sometimes feel really stressful to be in a mixed environment with people who have like a passive interest in equality. They just kind of wish it would happen, but they don't take any active steps. And so being engaged in those conversations, I find really personally stressful and draining. And so I was really thankful to see that the professors had taken the step to offer us this opportunity to kind of pull out of the large group and be in spaces where we're still learning. There was so much that I hadn't considered as far as inclusion and equity. And I learned so much from the course. And but it was nice to do that learning in a space where I didn't have to teach people about my own identities, and that I appreciated that.
Thank you so much. Marie, tell us about how your findings, your work kind of contribute to this discussion on post-neutrality.
I've gotten out of the team meetings for so long, I totally forgot to unmute myself. I think that in my own experience working in a library, the "we are a neutral space" phrase is often used as an excuse of doing nothing. Like if you start a project, then you might alienate some other if you do it wrong. So I have I think this whole day has underlined a very important point of stop treating these areas of inclusion and equity as special. Start treating them as core professional subjects. And I really was inspired by what Vicky said about having these safe spaces to come and to not have the responsibility for the conversation and for the inclusion, and these sort of places like this course is creating at your school. We should be creating that sort of spaces in libraries, I don't know exactly how that should be done, and it's not really related to my work. I was just super inspired by what you said. But I think the main takeaway is in my work is also the stop labeling everything like special and for special groups, and start thinking about well, everyone in all the conversations. It shouldn't be like there's a logistics team and there's a reference team and then there's a whatever inclusion team. The inclusion team should be part of the whole package. It should be across the other teams.
Well said. Well said. Thank you so much, Marie. And then how about Ian and Nadia? Tell us kind of how you're finding kind of inform the future of libraries and librarianship as it relates to post-neutrality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I thought the topic of this symposium was EDI, but I don't know, I kind of take issue with the term post-neutrality because libraries have really never been neutral. People have been saying that for decades. Maybe we're at a point where people are starting to talk about it more, which is great, but as I plug this every time I talk about language, but Denis Solis and Jesus Espinosa have a great chapter tracing kind of the history of libraries in assimilation, erasure, and the dominance of English relative to other languages, at least in the US context, and really making it clear how libraries are not and have not been neutral with regards to language. As far as the future goes, I'm not a futurologist, but I do think we're only going to see more linguistically diverse populations as time goes on. Yet the profession, at least as defined with people with master's degrees, remains overwhelmingly white and English-centric. And it's like Marie said, where disability is portrayed as something special, something extra, a nice bonus if you can get it. We see kind of the same thing with language. Like I've seen systems that have a multilingualism librarian or something like that, and really, accommodating both staff and users who speak other languages, who are navigating very linguistic spaces, needs to be something that's kind of implemented at all levels of the library, and not just having a collection or something like that. There's so much more work to be done in cataloging, programming, all these other things. And so I think, the end goal is kind of to, ensure that all language learners and speakers can feel welcomed, included, and represented by the library. But I think not everyone's on the same page. Certainly some countries, just because they're more multilingual than like the US and Canada, are doing a better job, perhaps. I was pleased to see in the chat that Sweden's Library Act includes sort of minority language communities as deserving special priority, but we don't have that in other countries necessarily. So I think, I think there's more work to be done, but I think, recognizing how language intersects with other categories of difference can really help us going forward. Nadia?
All right. Thank you, Ian. Thank you. And then last but not least, we have Kaio. So if you would kind of share with us your thoughts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I am so pleased to be in this panel, and I could not resonate more with what Marie and Ian mentioned in terms of, I think you both referred to in different words, but these categories cannot be a distinct category. They have to be sort of intersectionally integrated into our work. And that really resonates with our project. As Victoria mentioned at the beginning, our approach had been intersectional because this project started because the medical doctors who have transgender patients felt that they needed more information and broaden their horizon in terms of humanities and social sciences information, also information from the community so that they can provide a better and more humane healthcare. So that was the starting point of our project. And I just couldn't agree more how this notion of this system of intersectionality really resonates not only for our projects, for many projects presented here, because the experience of a transgender patient that grew up in the suburbs could not be more different compared to the transgender patient who comes from an urban area. So we have to be very cognizant of these complexities of one's personality. But in terms of the future of libraries and librarianship, because the issues are complex, just our case of treatment of transgender patients, it does require a collaborative and a very interdisciplinary library intervention, if you will. And I wondered how prepared we are as professionals to really work collaboratively, or even create these collaborations that go beyond our regular units or departments that we belong to. So at least in the United States, in large academic libraries where we are, the librarians are very organized by public services, and it's usually by disciplines. So Victoria, who is a medical librarian, and I am a humanities librarian, we just happen to collaborate, but these things doesn't happen very naturally. And I wonder, because the issues are complex, so why don't we on the library sides also create groups that are complex, interdisciplinary, that brings all the important solutions to this particular problem, and we work together. And I think this panel and the panel before that mentioned the training in library schools. And I think that's where maybe interventions should start. And I think from what I see in library schools, they start from the very beginning, sort of training them towards one direction. And I wonder how productive that is to solve these very complex issues of our society. And we are sort of trained as a natural collaborators and interdisciplinary by nature. So with a little bit of more attention, I think you can become even more productive and potentially better collaborators, and also for interventions of libraries that we can provide.
All right, thank you so much, Kaya, for your thoughts. So our final question that I have prepared for you all pertains to just what are your final thoughts or ideas that you wish to share? And so if you would, please be sure to keep your response to roughly 2 minutes. And what I would like to do is start us off with Marie. So what final thoughts or ideas do you wish to share with everyone today?
I have so many thoughts right now. All the presentations have been so great. Some of my final thoughts are that it's about responsibility. That as it is now, all the years I've worked in library, as I said before, there's been one person responsible for all of these areas. And it's often been one that either was part of a minority group themselves, or they had some kind of interest in it. So it's all been carried on one set of shoulders in a whole library system. And we need to change that. It needs to be written into library policies and library laws and so on. And then from my own professional standpoint, the information and communication that we put out, so many great programs and projects are not are like flying under the radar because it's not being portrayed in the right way, and so many it's treated like special use, special projects or special services, and I really feel strongly that we have to work on the way we communicate. We have to work on language and how we use graphics, pictures, and representation, both in the things we in libraries promote, books, materials, but also programs and events. but also a representation of needs. And that means we have to be more aware of the diverse needs that are not different needs per se, because we all want to use the library, but we have to use it in different ways. And some people need to know they're welcome because they haven't historically been welcome. So we have to work on how we represent different groups in language and pictures. And yeah, I think that's my final takeaway. You're all nodding, so that's
there's
great.
There's a lot there to unpack. So
yeah.
Thank you so much, Marie. How about Ian and Nadia? So tell us kind of your final takeaways in roughly 2 minutes, if you would, please.
Maybe I'll start in and then you can chime in. I think everything that has been said today about different community, different groups, different issues, everything seems very interconnected to me, and it's very much relevant to our discussion of linguistic justice. So in general, what I think we want to leave you with is the idea that librarians and community members can cooperate and take advantage of library space to create linguistically welcoming environments for everyone. And this way, the entire community, those who are interested in learning a language, the speakers of languages, the institutions that are holding language resources, can work together towards creating those welcoming environments, because we know that for many people, finding collections in their language in a library, but also being able to hear their language or use the language that they're most comfortable with in a space like a library is very, very important. So in the video that we posted, we do we develop a beginning of a framework for how we can try to start creating this kind of welcoming environment. It includes things like acknowledging linguistic literacy as part of information literacy, because we know that access to additional language can lead maybe to different kinds of skills and approaches in navigating the information landscape. Maybe we need to pay attention to out-of-school literacy practices of people, particularly those who live in minority language home environments. Recognizing and valuing that staff often have additional language competencies. They speak other languages, and really recognizing that. And I'll stop here and pass it on to Ian, but maybe in terms of training, putting another language as, if not a requirement, at least an option for some of our students. Ian, do you want to add anything?
No, I'll do it if I have time, but I'm happy to let the other panelists go first.
Thank you, Ian. In the interest of time, you're right. So if we could move to Daniel, tell us what final thoughts or ideas that you all wish to share.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Kaio and Victoria. I'll try to be concise. I have points we wanted to share. I guess first, I really loved Marie's point and Ian's points about like libraries are not neutral spaces, and that kind of these things, in our case, like transgender healthcare, that's been sort of lumped in as like social justice, but also it's like life-saving healthcare that should be better incorporated into medical professionals training. So in this case, kind of like with that caveat, libraries and our roles within the libraries at Rutgers, we could start to fill in those gaps, but it is like also, I guess, just wanted to start by recognizing like kind of messed up that like those are gaps and those gaps exist in the first place. But it did give us an opportunity for these great collaborations. Kaio is a women's and gender studies librarian, Victoria is a medical librarian, and at the time I was in an MLS program and working as Kaio's research assistant with some experience in information seeking. So we kind of all came together on our end and then connected with doctors and OBGYN and internists, a bunch of med students, and then also community members. There was a nurse who was in charge of kind of the gender affirmation surgery program at Robert Wood Johnson, got all these external people to get involved. And then also as this program grew, we were able to get more community members involved as participants and attendees of the workshops, which I think was able to expand more even in the midst of like the pandemic and moving things virtual. We really saw kind of our programming grow. And so that was kind of one big takeaway that came from both seeking out these partners and finding connections. And we felt that the focus on one specific topic or one specific issue really allowed that to happen. In this case, it was transgender healthcare, and then a little bit more expansive to just LGBTQI plus healthcare in general. But that focus on a topic really allowed us to hone in on it, get all these collaborators and participants who were invested in this one disparity, and then sort of figure out how our community members really wanted it to be addressed, and and we've also been able to really shape programming and who's coming to these ongoing workshops and sessions by having such a specific focus on one healthcare topic that we as librarians and library professionals are trying to help meet the information needs of. And then also just because we came from different levels, kind of breaking down those institutional barriers based on like position or affiliation, and really being open to working with people across library levels, across disciplines, and recognizing that, especially in this case, a lot of people also have experiences to share based on their lived experiences, and how that you as a person who is trans or LGBTQIA+ can bring so much to a discussion or a presentation just by talking about your own experiences with this messed up medical system we have in the US, and how hard it is to get gender affirmation surgery and other necessary healthcare.
Well, thank you so much, Daniel, for sharing your thoughts. And who would, from our last group, would like to kind of share some final thoughts with us in about a minute or two?
I can jump in. Can y'all hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So to wrap up what all of my group mates and professors have been saying, I think two things. I took away two successes, two successes from this course. One is that, Dr. Elkins and Dr. Simons, they were aware of their privilege from the first session as to white professors, and they stepped back. They really prioritized, the experiences of students of color, the reading books, reading texts, and different scholarly literature from Black feminists, and they did a lot to acknowledge, hey, we understand that this is a very white dominant profession, that and as to white professors, they were very cognizant of that from the beginning. And I think the second thing, this kind of connects to that, we embraced failure and listening from the first session. We understood that these conversations around equity and diversity, they're not easy conversations, and that failure is not bad. It is to be expected. There's never going to be like a tension-free, a mistake-free conversation. And then to jump back to what Vicki was saying, I was in an affinity space with Vicki, and I really want to reiterate how empowering those spaces are for students and just people from marginalized backgrounds. Incredibly empowering, just to be able to, I kind of liken it to just a release of tension. I can exist in that space as myself, as not having to perform for, in our class, it was a majority white class. And I could just exist and share my experiences and feelings without having to explain myself every time. And I really want to emphasize how empowering that is, because that is not an experience I have in most professional spaces, which is unfortunate, obviously. But, I urge all of, our white colleagues to make those intentional spaces for marginalized groups. You know, we've been talking a lot about collaboration and interdisciplinary work, but we have to make spaces that are safe, and realizing that your experiences, while they're valid, are they going to, does your, you know, privilege, or does your experience make it less safe for someone else? And when, you know, Dr. Simons and Dr. Elkins would often, you know, jump into the affinity spaces and kind of just observe, but they never said anything. You know, they never pushed an agenda. They never pushed a certain whatever. They just let us be. So I just really want to say that, you know, affinity spaces, they are extremely empowering for all, like, marginalized groups, at least, you know, based on this course.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your thoughts as well. So I would like to now turn it over to our audience, our people who are very curious, I'm sure, to ask questions and have some thoughts as well. You're free to type questions in the chat, or you can even raise your hand. And
I just want to give a quick shout out to Sarah, also, who's on our paper. She is having some technical difficulties, unfortunately, but she is a very valuable member of our team. So I just wanted to shout out her as well.
Hi, all. I just have a quick questions and comments. I'm the annoying guy who keeps asking this stuff, but I hear the idea of creating affinity spaces, the idea of designing and inclusivity. And I think that one of the ways, one of the potential issues you get into is trying to be all things to all people. And I think that many ways that libraries have traditionally structured themselves is the idea that this group of professionals and paraprofessionals has to offer everything and be everything to all people. And I think that would it be fair to say that the growing concept of participation and participatory libraries, where the community is seen not simply as someone being served, but a group of expertise and resources to be shared, is a way that we can talk about creating potentially expanded and more inclusive services? Are those two concepts linked? Do we need our communities to have greater ownership and participation in our libraries in order for those communities to be well served as well as included?
I mean, I'll jump in. Yes, I think that's my immediate answer. I actually just started my first librarian job. I'm a teen librarian in Irving now, and Irving public in Texas, excuse me. We have 3 very different branches that serve very, very different communities. Irving is an extremely ethnically, racially diverse city. And, you know, my group of teens that I serve and create programs and displays and all of that for is extremely different from our other 2 branches, you know. And I mean, my perspective is, if I'm not creating things with their input, and if they're not creating things alongside me, then what is the point? You know, like, they're not going to, like, especially, you know, if y'all have ever worked with teenagers, they are honest with you. They will tell you when something is just wrong or off base or not relevant. So I honestly can't even see the point of my job if they're not doing it, like, with me, if I'm not uplifting what they're saying, what they're thinking, and addressing their needs directly. And not even addressing, but like stepping back again and letting them create it, and, you know, letting their voices be the dominant in the conversations.
To piggyback off Tulip and to kind of connect it to what everyone else has been saying, I think one of the things that I've heard across the day and across this specific group is the idea that you go into the community that you're looking to serve, whether it's linguistically, physically, right, with accessibility, or specific groups of marginalized people, and you get their input. And I think what I like about the way I see the future of librarianship is that if we are including people who speak multiple languages, people from the LGBTQIA plus community, people of different cultural and ethnic backgrounds in librarianship, then that starts to fix some of the problems, right? Because we can't be experts in everything. And so while collaboration and interdisciplinary work will do a lot, what we'll do more is to have people from these groups feel like this is a space where they can work in, feel like this is a career path that they can be on. And that's what I've taken away from my time as a student, but also like my time just in libraries. I grew up in a very homogenous and like 98% white community. And, you know, for a very long time, it was difficult to see myself in any of the roles. And so just more exposure to more people's, you know, with more different backgrounds and experiences, I think does a lot to, you know, turn the tide on those things.
Dr. Kaidi?
Thank you, Kevin. I think Vicky's point is really critical, and the idea of attracting, recruiting, and retaining people in the profession is something that it would be really nice to see more initiatives, or maybe another event where people can share experiences about what worked and what didn't. But we talk a lot about what we can do once people already come, like who is included already and who is already participating in the library. But I think there are a lot of people who we are not reaching. And I think that being able to attract and recruit and retain in the profession folks who would never really think about librarianship as a chosen profession, as a prestigious enough for their family or whatever counts in a particular group is really critical. And I think that this is a conversation that we need to have more and think more about. And anybody who has any experiences to share, I would love to hear them. Thank you.
All right, Ian.
Yeah, I think I would agree in general that absolutely more, not just community consultation or participation, but like active partnerships and leadership are necessary to actually make sure that we're actually serving all people to the same extent. I think there is kind of a caveat, which is that we need to actually make sure we have the material structures in place to follow through, because like Tulip said, you know, teens can sense bullshit, right? Other communities can do that too. And if we don't have those structures in place, you know, budgeting, staffing, funding, we end up just maybe tokenizing these groups for their difference, turning them off of the library, getting them to do labor for free. And so I think, you know, there are other things in libraries, like actually my other interest is precarious labor, and these contract and part-time jobs lead to an inability to build those kinds of relationships, that long-term connection that's necessary to work with diverse communities, diverse user groups, because if you're just there for a year, you're not, you know, there's not necessarily knowledge continuity. If you're working part-time, you're maybe not, you just don't have enough time to work on these projects, things like that. So again, everything is like interrelated, and it's kind of this balance between recognizing how everything is complex and intersectional, but also calling things out like disability, like language, in order to deal with them, because otherwise they just risk getting sort of lost in the mix, right?
Yeah. Victoria, what would you like to add?
One point just on something I see sort of changing in librarianship is increasingly your job, part of your job to be effective is to really seek out partnerships. I mean, that's how you stretch your dollar, but we really see ourselves as connectors. You know, we're the bridge. So it's sort of like, because everyone comes to the library, we actually know people who don't know each other. And so we say, oh, did you know he's working on this project and that's totally great for your students. You all should come and do a program in our space. So we sort of, I see myself more and more bringing people who don't know each other together, because I happen to hear, I mean, in the pandemic, this is what I missed, is like standing outside the elevator and hearing about someone's project and going, oh, I know somebody who I was sitting next to at a meeting. That doesn't happen anymore, except in the chat box. But that role of connecting people who maybe didn't know each other, finding partners so you can actually have programming where there's food and you're bringing different kind of communities together, is becoming just more and more important part of librarianship. And how you promote yourself, it kind of busts open the idea of what people think about when they think about library. It's sometimes they're like shocked, like, oh, you do that? So there's a lot of sort of self-promotion and relationship building that is just professionally more and more kind of, luckily we Cairo and I love to do that. So it's an engaging part of the job that maybe I think take on more and more importance.
Thank you, Victoria, for sharing your insight there. Marie.
Yes, I just wanted to say I agree with Ian on being ready to follow through when you start something, and in my area, of course, also knowing that the physical spaces are also accessible. I've had so many people come to like, the library is for all, we want to do a hearing, we want to hear your experiences, and then there's a stair and people can't come into the actual room. So the physical part of that of accessibility is super important, but also in organizational, having a structure in place, because so many people who work in these areas suffer from burnout, because the organization's not wired or supporting people in these areas, in these roles, and it can be hard. So yes, just in the physical building and in the organizational level as well, be ready to support.
Thank you so much. We have a few moments left, but I wanted to give you all an opportunity to ask questions of each other. So the panelists kind of maybe posing questions about each other's work, and kind of we've kind of seen a lot of overlap, I think, today, but I'd be curious to see what questions y'all have for each other.
Kevin, can I ask you a question? Actually, I have a question for Nadia and Ian. You talked about, can I? So you talked about your project is about languages. And as somebody who grew up bilingual and came to the United States as an adult, the language is something that had always been very important in my life. So but on the other hand, there are although there is a growth of due to the immigration, people that speak different languages, but officially, the official language, especially in the internet era, the English is really a predominant language of communication. So I was wondering what are your steps that you're thinking of implementing your push for the multilingual library?
I can start in and then you can chime in. We are working on a huge project right now that is about growing up bilingual or even multilingual. And we're not only talking about kind of first generation immigrants, but also the 1.5 generation, the second generation. My kids have 2 or 3 cultures that they are kind of embedded in. But what they do not have is the language to access the stories. So when we talk about libraries serving bilingual or multilingual children, in my mind, it's also about giving generations of people access to stories that are part of their culture, that they have a right to, that are critical for their own identity formation. So I was interested in the work by André Pierre earlier about reading. But for me, it's not just reading, it's really kind of access to stories, access to a cultural heritage. So language is just one instrument, one means to define or redefine who you are. So in Canada, we have both French and English as the two official languages, but really, why not indigenous languages too? Because they are the foundational languages, right? So the question is that which language should be the official and the one that we should all know versus others? Who gets to decide, right? So it was about kind of tackling those questions, Caio, that we were interested in language as an entry point into this conversation.
Yeah, and I would say about English language kind of monolingualism. I think the risk is that not that English is inherently bad or rotten or anything. Obviously, it has utility as kind of a lingua franca, but languages are not just their utility, and that's what we see as in some cases, a very neoliberal view of languages as just tools to be used, ways to communicate, but they're also tied to, power, culture, identity. And so, to an extent, for instance, in scholarly communications, it creates gaps in awareness. It's hard for us in LIS in Canada and US to access scholarship from, say, South America if we don't speak Spanish. And I think it's kind of similar to what Marie is saying, like people can't even get in the library if the library is not welcoming to their language. If they just see a space that is textually, very English-based, if staff languages, other linguistic resources are not holistically integrated, they may not be interested, and so it's kind of, again, just kind of letting people do what they want with respect to their language, if that makes sense. If they want to learn English, great, but also if they want to use their own language, that should be encouraged. And I think we just see English as kind of the unmarked default, just like whiteness, maleness, cis heteronormativity, all those things, kind of the unseen entity against which all other differences measured, at least in Canada and the US. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Is there a final question? We have about 2 minutes left.
Maybe one for Victoria, Kevin, if I may. I mean, I really was interested in that patient care model, and how the healthcare professionals are really in some way trained, from what you're saying, in a more useful way to serve kind of the need of the communities based on various social determinants of health and so on. Can you elaborate a little bit about how you see what do we need to get there? I mean, we like to think we are like a user-centered profession, a caring, nurturing profession. What do you think? Are we doing a good enough job? What could we do differently, perhaps?
I think in medical education, they don't have enough time to teach all that these students need to learn, and for continuing education in health professions too. I mean, think of all the research that has just happened because of coronavirus, right? I mean, there's just so much that they constantly need to be kept abreast with. I think what's very unfortunate in medical education now is students crave these personal patient experiences because they know it's going to help them be better doctors, to really get to know the full holistic person and help walk through a care plan for them. It's hard, the faculty say, you guys need to know the science too. Let's get to the textbooks. So it's just a delicate balance of opportunities where students are able to work with patients and hear life experiences of patients. I think what was so revealing about our programming was systemic barriers built in from the intake form, like where you have a binary choice about which your gender is, to just navigating, the nurse coming in and calling your name in the waiting room, or, there's just a million things that you may not think of, and that it's really important to have it revealed, because students and nurses and other healthcare professionals can fix these problems that are built into their environment. They need to have them revealed to them. So I don't know the answer. It's just the more opportunities that there are, I think builds on people's knowledge, comfort, familiarity, empathy, which are such important parts of thinking about someone's health.
Thank you so much, Victoria. Well said. And this concludes our final session. Thank you so much again to our panelists for sharing their perspectives on EDI in group and social context. And been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you kindly to everyone. It has been such a remarkable pleasure and privilege to be with all of you today and to learn from all of you today and all of your lived experiences. I think for me, as we pull all of these topics together and look for our common threads, it is that each and every human being has differing lived experiences, and each lived experiences has value, has things to teach us that without those lived experiences, we would not have those same learning experiences, those same perspectives, the same opportunities. And I think we have both a responsibility and a privilege to see the beauty in our differences and to see how our differences make us each uniquely able. For it is from our differences that we develop new abilities that we might not otherwise have. And so to be able to come together with all of you today and hear about all of these lived experiences, our roles, our responsibilities, and our privilege in bringing equity, diversity, and accessibility together for inclusion, it has really been a privilege. And I want to thank each and every one of you, as well as every individual who has been a part of putting these events together, and also our visionary, Dr. David Lankus. And Dr. Lankus, I'll turn it to you for final remarks.
Well, as always, Dr. Copeland has said everything much better than I could have. And so let me take a particular time to thank her and the board that she helped put together to bring this day into reality. And so our goal in all of these was to have conversations, to spark them, and that's what's happening. I am learning a lot, and I very much appreciate it. So rather than, once again, trying to end on a topic other than what Dr. Copeland has just said, let me extend the invitation. We have two more next week, Thursday, same time. We have a discussion around international librarianship. What are these ideas that we're talking about? Obviously with international panelists, but what is it that pulls across these different borders and borders of all sort? And then in 2 weeks, we'll have the final of the symposium, which is on bringing these ideas together around the idea of creating a new normal agenda. Where do we move from here? And I think a lot of these are fabulous resources and part of it. So I really, really sincerely hope you have an opportunity to join us for those. And I just want to thank you all very much for a very informative day. It is the one theme that I will take away is humility, the notion of approaching our communities with humility to understand that we are places that are learning right along with them. And this was an excellent demonstration. So Thank you, Dr. Copeland. Thank you all of our participants and moderators for doing a great job. I want to thank Michael and Tammy for helping to deal with logistics. And I very much want to thank Vanessa Kitsey, Dr. Kitsey, for helping out as well. Library of Congress for giving us the technology to support it, and all of our sponsors. I will hope to see you once again in 1 week. Thank you very much. Have a great day.